for specified costs to be administered, as we understand, through the Department of Labor. And we've heard a little bit about some of the rationale as to why. In part, as I understand, because of the department's connection with workforce. So I do just want to take a moment to kind of maybe explain a little bit about what the Department of Labor does primarily do. We are called the Department of Labor. The majority of our role, really the sole role that the department has is in the context of regulation of employers and insurance carriers as it relates to workers' compensation, the workers' compensation scheme for employers across the state, and employers in certain compliance with primarily what we would call wage laws. Are employees working? Are they getting paid in time? Record keeping related to that. Is minimum wage being paid when appropriate? Overtime? Those types of issues. And then also some occupational safety areas. So this program would be somewhat different than the types of programs, really, we don't have any programs. This would be a very different type of program for the department, one that we don't have something similar to currently. We don't administer any other types of grant programs. We don't have grants that funnel through our agency currently. Kind of at some technical points and just sort of looking at the structure of the bill itself. Number one, were this language to go into effect, we would really recommend creating a whole new section. Right now, it's placed within 275-84, which is relative to protective legislation outlining certain requirements for employers as it relates to record keeping and hours worked and things of that nature. This probably would, more likely than not, would be more appropriately placed perhaps as a 275-J as its own section, separate from protective legislation. In addition, the department would note that there is nothing within the proposed language giving it rulemaking authority, and it is our understanding from the proposed language that given that this grant program would be funneling through the department, we would be having some form of oversight in relation to it, and we believe in order to do that adequately, we would need the ability to make rules. As to the language itself that's been proposed, a couple of areas that we would note. Number one, if we look at provision 2 at line 13, it's having the department in consultation with the Advisory Council on Childcare work on designating an entity to administer the recruitment and retention of the grants that are associated with this program. We're a little bit unclear as to what that would look like or sort of how that would be facilitated, as well as how it would be funded. There's not a funding mechanism that's outlined within the proposed legislation as to how this entity is going to get paid for the services that it's making or that it's going to be providing. And we're not really certain how the designation would work. We would assume it would go through or it seems like it could go through the routine procurement processes, but we don't know if the intent, what the intent there necessarily is. So we think those are some pieces to be aware of. And then as it relates to the funding itself that's going to be going into the grant program, it's our understanding that the funding can come from several different points as drafted in the proposed language, private, state, or federal monies. But it's not really specified currently, so that seems somewhat broad. So we do understand from talking with Early Learning New Hampshire that there is an idea or an intent there that within the first year or so of the program that the funding sources are going to be explored. But we're not really certain what the department's role would then be in reaching, securing grants or anything of that matter. And we don't, as I noted, we don't have grant programs that we currently administer, so it's really not an area that we have expertise or staff already working on. We didn't have the opportunity to do a fiscal note. We weren't asked to do a fiscal note on this particular bill. We've not really had the chance to look at what kind of costs would be associated for the department in relation to administering this program. We do think that's something that the department would need to look at and explore, especially given that we don't have a current similar program that we're administering in which we could relate it to. But I am happy to take any questions if you have any, and am more than happy to continue working with the committee and with the sponsors if in looking towards what could be workable. Again, we do understand that there's an expressed need here for this type of program, and we do understand that. So we're happy to work going forward on any of that.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How much lead time would you need to be able to set up the criteria necessary to be accepting these funds if that's what happens?
I think that's an excellent question, and I'm not sure that the department is really in a spot right now to make even a ballpark assessment of that. I mean, I would imagine doing it off the cuff, 6 months, if not a little bit more. Again, this would be a completely new area for us, and we've only just had a chance to look at this language as of yesterday. So I do think that is something that the department would need to explore in order to even give you a really good time frame as to how long would we need to determine what we would need to administer it. It is very outside this, very different than anything that we're doing right now.
Just a follow-up?
Of course, follow. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow-up. So is it fair to say that you would need at least 6 or more months lead time? At least.
If not more, but yes.
Thank you.
Again, hard to nail down a specific time frame at this juncture, I think.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Cretion?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not sure that you're the best person to answer this question, but so given that the Department of Labor doesn't have the expertise, are you aware of another department in the state that you think would be better suited? Or do you think it's something that would be appropriate here, but just would require a stretch?
I mean, I think ultimately at the, thank you for the question. And I think at the end of the day, you know, it really is on the committee to determine where the appropriate department is. I mean, there are other departments within the state system that have involvement, not just with child care regulation. I believe DHHS has some programs in relation to, you know, licensing of child care facilities. There are other state agencies that do workforce development. The Department of Labor does not engage in workforce development. We don't engage with employees in that way. The Bureau of Economic Affairs does a lot of workforce development. New Hampshire Employment Security does some forms of work placement with individuals through their unemployment program, although I would defer to unemployment security on the mechanics behind that. I believe they also may administer certain types of grant programs, whereas the Department of Labor currently does not. You're welcome.
Further questions? I definitely have some. I know you just saw this yesterday. Is there any insight as to why DOL was chosen for this and not? I'm sure somebody will answer that question, and not normally DHHS, which is what trial call centers deal with. Was there any insight given to you on that?
Yeah, yes, thank you for the question. So we did have the opportunity to speak with Early Learning New Hampshire, and our understanding is that labor was chosen because we are the Department of Labor and have a connection to the workforce. We do have some laws that we have jurisdiction over as it relates to apprenticeship programs. I would note the department's role within those programs is relatively slim, as the U.S. Department of Labor, so on the federal side, handles more of the apprenticeship pieces. So very little involvement from the State Department of Labor in that context. But that's our general understanding, that it seemed to those involved to be a good fit because of that connection. And I'm sure they could speak to that probably a lot more eloquently than I could.
I can almost assure you someone will answer that question. So this bill doesn't establish the actual monetary money that goes into the fund. That's my understanding. So, and I know you haven't had a chance to prepare a fiscal note, but obviously, let's say we pass this thing, it becomes law. There's no fiscal apportionment to it. We're outside of the budget time, so there's no money until next year at the earliest. But would the department then incur a cost, regardless of whether or not the program is funded or not, just to try to set it up?
Thank you for the question. It's possible that we could. Again, we've not really had a chance to look at it. But as I noted, it's our understanding that while that if the intent is for this grant program to pass through us, and again, it's our understanding that the idea or intent is this designated entity is going to be doing the primary administration. But number one, we would have to make rules and regulations in relation to that. We would have administrative as well as financial oversight. I mean, I think the LBA is going to, require the department to be able to go in and do some forms of financial audit as well as administrative oversight of how this is being administered. So, one, we would have to set that up. It would take some time in order for us to get rules going. So, and as I said, we don't have grant programs currently. I think there would be some staffing costs in relation to that financial oversight. I don't know that I don't know at this point whether or not additional staff would be needed, but it may be possible. I think we would really have to look at that in order to determine what would that cost be? What would it look like? How would that impact, what would that impact be? But I think we would have to look at that. I think it's fair to say that there could be.
Okay. I may bring you back up here just at some point, just FYI,
Absolutely.
so you could hang around.
No problem.
I think there's going to be more questions. Thank you
Sure.
so much.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, there's no other questions on the committee, right? I was, okay. All right, cool. Thank you. Next up, Leanna Lorden.
Good morning. To start, I'd like to thank you all for your time and allowing me to testify. I'm here today in support of HB 1611 and appreciate your consideration, as this is my first time testifying, so I'll try to talk slow, not be nervous because you're all regular people. So my name is Leanna Lorden, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer at White Birch Center in Henniker. For the past 13 years, I've been directly involved with the management of 2 childcare programs. These programs serve children ages 9 months to 14 years of age with a combined license capacity of 160. Over my time with White Birch, I've been able to see the industry ebb and flow. One example I'd like to share with you is from 5 years ago. Our agency hosted a focus group following our greatest bout of turnover to date, with 40% of our staff turning over. While
It's okay. Take your time. You're fine. You're fine.
while participating in this focus group, it was one of the hardest days on the job for me. It was incredibly eye-opening because it really highlighted that our agency and the industry needed to put forth more efforts in the area of recruitment and retention. And again, this was 5 years ago. For our employees, our clients, families, and children. By addressing these challenges, the outcomes for children, families, and the workforce were improved, but they need continual attention and investment, and we're currently still doing so. This was very challenging and still is today for small businesses, nonprofit organizations who must compete with larger businesses and budgets for top talent and programs. And additionally, while the pandemic reinforced and deepened public understanding of the essential role of early childcare in education, working families, and the economy, it didn't address the systemic shortcomings that have plagued the above entities for years, and ultimately a system that has been deeply underfunded and undervalued. Another example, in 2019, the median wage for childcare workers in New Hampshire was $11.69. For preschool teachers, the median wage was $14.43. And in New Hampshire, early educators with a bachelor's degree are paid 22.5% less than their colleagues in a K-8 public school system. That last statistic really resonated with me and still does today, as I hold a bachelor's degree in elementary education and a current teaching certificate for K-8 in public school. And I've experienced those lower wages compared to my colleagues. Even more so when I began in this field back in 2010, it was solely because there weren't any district positions. I left teaching 5th grade because, again, there wasn't any district positions. So I had to settle, or so I thought, for a toddler classroom teaching position at White Birch, where I am today. That opportunity, however, had a incredibly silver lining, leading me straight to where I am today. So a little teary-eyed because this is a passion of mine, and I do appreciate your time and urge you to pass HB 1611. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Okay. Would you like to take any questions from the committee?
Happy to.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is, oh, I'm sorry.
If she has any written testimony.
Oh, do you have written testimony? Would you like to submit your written testimony?
Sure.
That's fine. You can email it to us. That's fine. Or you can give it to us. That's whatever you want. Next up is Lynn Woolette. Jackie.
Good morning. I'd like to say thank you to all of you for giving us your time and attention. This is a very important issue on the floor. My name is Lynn Willette. I'm the director of Nellie's Treehouse in Amherst, New Hampshire. We have a enrollment of 69 children. I am also part of the Childcare Advisory Council. This is a passion. It's my career. For a great example of what happens, yesterday morning I was hit with, hi, I need to give you my notice. I'm going to teach in Massachusetts because I can make more money. And I'm giving you 1 week. I have 6 babies who are going to lose their teacher in 1 week. I will make it work. My families come first. And it's really important that we find a way to pay these teachers a livable, decent wage so that they don't look at somewhere else and go, oh, I can make more money there. And to top that off, that classroom is only half full because we have been searching for a teacher for 8 months. Those children in that classroom also have siblings in my school. And I will tell you, my waiting list doubles my enrollment at this time. And that is phone call after phone call, week after week. Do you have anything? Is something available? Did you hire a staff? And I'm pretty honest with people. We have raised our staff pay as high as we possibly can without having to raise our prices so that parents can't afford them. And I think it's really important that we look at this field as a career, as education, and we need to make sure that these people, the staff, this workforce who supports the workforce for every other business in the state is given an opportunity to make a livable wage and have benefits to support them so that they don't have to worry about, can I afford my rent this month? And I hear that from my staff. We actually have a fund set up to try to help people when they're in an emergency. They're important to us. And our children deserve the best in consistency. And when we can't pay people well and they move over to Target because they can make $20 an hour, our children are lacking consistency. And in all honesty, that affects our workforce because a mom who goes to work and doesn't know who her child is going to have for a teacher because the teacher called out or we're looking for a new staff member can't focus on their work to do their job well. So we do our best to make sure that we are consistent. I can tell you in the 41 years I've done this, I have spent more time as a director in a classroom than I did when I was a teacher, probably. And I will not argue with you. I love every last minute of it. But we need to make sure that our youngest children and our families are getting the best we possibly can do. And that means acknowledging that our childcare workforce is really important, not just to our parents and our families, but also to the economy of our states. And so I thank you for taking time, and hopefully you'll pass us.
Okay. Question. Will you be taking questions?
Sure.
All right. And are there questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, name I'm very familiar with, Mr. Will Stewart. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Will Stewart, and I'm the executive director of Stay Work Play New Hampshire, which is a statewide nonprofit whose mission is the attraction and retention of young people here in the Granite State. And here today in full support of House Bill 1611 and the amendment, because we recognize that Stay Work Play, through our data collection primarily, that childcare is, probably maybe only second to housing, a very close second, one of the biggest challenges facing young people who want to start families here in New Hampshire. We do, formal surveys, through institutions of higher learning here in the state. And at present, we're going all around the state, 8 locations, talking to young people and, asking them, what makes it challenging to live in New Hampshire? And also, what do you like? And, I'm struck by a comment, Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire has heard me say this a number of times. but by a comment that we heard in the Upper Valley, that it was specific to the Upper Valley, but I think it applies to New Hampshire writ large. And this young woman said, she said, the Upper Valley is a wonderful place to raise a family, but it's a very, very challenging place to start one. And I think that, really speaks in large measure, to, how great New Hampshire really is, for young people to have a career, to be able to raise a family. But it's incredibly difficult to do so, to get that toehold here. And childcare costs, we hear it, both we see it in the data and we hear it anecdotally in all the conversations we have all across the state. So for that reason, we are looking at any and all, possible measures, to help make childcare more affordable for our families, so that not only the businesses that we have here have the employees they need to do the jobs, but their communities have the people they need to step up and volunteer at our state and local boards, and that that our kids, our children, have the the oversight and that they need. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Are there questions from the committee? Thank you for preempting me on that one. Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be Jackie Cowell with Early Learning New Hampshire. I don't know why I said an H like a weirdo, but
Good morning. How do you do? I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit organization committed to ensuring the next generation has the opportunities they need to reach their full potential. And we do that primarily around childcare and both membership services for childcare programs and advocacy for both the families they serve as well as the programs and their workforce. And we also do some public awareness raising around the importance of the early years. So also just want to thank you for all the work you did last year as well, to really delve into the issue and to hear what the issues were. And I'm glad we're here again, coming up with some of the solutions. We are in support of House Bill 1611. We think it's based on what we tried to do last year. As you might remember, there was a Senate Bill 237 that was there, and it did a lot of terrific family access policy changes that are really going to be very helpful to the hardworking parents here in New Hampshire to afford childcare. We're very pleased that that was there. In that bill as well, which ended up in HB2, but in that bill as well was asking for an ongoing allocation to support the retention and recruitment of the childcare workforce in the form of grants, ongoing grants every year. The main reason for that is, again, to raise the earnings, the compensation, the benefits of the childcare workforce, to keep them there and attract them without going back simply to the families they serve. Because right now, that's where it's coming from. They don't have it. And sometimes I'm asked the question, which is more important, affordability for families and, or, a strong, stable workforce? And it seems like it's a hard question, right? Like which do you pay attention to? Which do you invest in? Well, frankly, if you don't have that strong, stable workforce, affording an empty classroom does you no good. And so that's really what we're trying to prioritize here. And so when thinking about this year, so they did do a one-time allocation of 15 million from general funds, but they did not establish a child care workforce fund because it was a one-time allocation. And thinking about what we needed to do this year in preparation for next budget year, speaking with many other folks, including Senator Jeb Bradley, who asked, this is a good year to establish the workforce fund, work on getting it together, get that infrastructure in place, and then ask for some funding to go into it in a budget year. So that is the plan. But it does allow any items to go into it. In talking with Commissioner Merrifield, Deputy Commissioner Albert, and their team, we did actually go to many different commissioners to talk about this fund. DHHS has a lot on their plate. They are really working hard to get the family affordability policies in place. There's a lot of work to be done. They do not do grants directly to employees. They do it to employers. And the childcare community did say, with the payroll tax and all the other things, it would be a benefit if the grants go directly to the employee. That's how this is set up. That was a direct request from the childcare community. And we did talk to Commissioner Taylor Caswell about this, and he was great, and he applauds it, but thought, it actually thought BEA was not necessarily the best place. And talking to other commissioners, we did talk to Commissioner Kapatis and Deputy Commissioner Labors. We did talk to Commissioner Merrifield. And frankly, I felt knowing what the childcare community needs and wants, Department of Labor and Commissioner Merrifield as a partner just seems so logical. Yes, I understand that they don't do a grant program. The idea for this, though, is they're the regulatory agency on the side of workers, right? So it seems so logical for us to really partner with them and also to make that strong statement about how childcare supports the labor forces, all labor forces, not just. So that was the primary reason we started those conversations with the Department of Labor, are eager to look at how this is unprecedented to having a grant go out to the employee like this for this essential workforce. So, yeah.
Will you be taking questions? Yeah. I assume so. Yes, Representative Phillips.
My apologies for being late. Thank you for taking my question. So I am just joining in and I'm reviewing the amendment too, but I'm interested in if you would support or if maybe the sponsors have considered like a sunset on this. So say we actually solve this miracle crisis of childcare and we have an abundance all of a sudden of childcare workers who are being paid and we now have too many people who want to work in this. So as a fiscal conservative, right,
Yeah, I
this
hear
is the angle is that is there some sort of metric where you would say 5 years from now, if we can front load all of these good workers, getting young kids out of high school to come and want to work in childcare, is there a year or amount of years or some sort of place where we could put a sunset on this and then dismiss this
I think
fund?
that's a terrific discussion to have. I mean, you don't want it there if you don't need it. At the same time, what we do know is that a person working in childcare, a childcare professional, earns less than half per year than a public school teacher, for instance, and has no retirement benefits and has no blah, 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 right? So, but I would be certainly willing to think about what that could look like. If you get to this point, is the fund needed? Because again, what we're trying to do is, again, have the state investment saying why they're investing and, why this workforce. As we mentioned, we might not have mentioned it yet, but for every one childcare teacher, it supports about 8 different children in the to be able to be there, who then have maybe 10 to 16 parents. So it's really like all industries, it's having trouble, but this one is a little different because it allows the other industries to go to work. So I think that's a conversation we could have. What does it look like that it's enough, right? So yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So just thinking about where this sits administratively, I appreciate you kind of helping us through your process, understanding sort of the process of elimination you went through that landed you at the Department of Labor.
Yep.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the conversations you had with the other commissioners, their concerns about having it sit with them that eventually led you to Labor? Because hearing from the Department of Labor today, it's, we're trying to figure out what the right place to house it is, and it's helpful, like,
Excellent.
if Commissioner Caswell had concerns, why doesn't it live with BEA, et cetera?
To be honest, I don't think he had concerns about the grants or the workforce fund, just felt maybe a different agency. It was as simple as that. It wasn't anything in depth about that we don't do this or we won't do this or we have enough work. I think it was really, when we mentioned who else we were talking to, said, oh yeah, that sounds logical, honestly. And to be frank, it was Commissioner Merrifield. And our conversation with it felt like such a strong partnership possibility here in the way that he's got a strong team over there. Even though they haven't done this before, I know this can be crafted in a way that's really, again, it's the first time doing it this way, so it does have to be built together. Yeah.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Robert McLeod.
Yes.
You nailed it. All right.
Wow, thank you. I have a written testimony. I'll give that to you after I'm done. Good morning, committee. My name's Bob McLeod. I'm sort of in a unique situation here. I am the CEO of Midstate Health Center. We have 4 locations in 4 different communities. We serve 29 communities in central New Hampshire. My core business, of course, is primary care, behavioral health, dental, infusion, physical therapy, and specialty services. I'm here today, take a few moments out of my schedule to talk about childcare. One of the gems in our crown at Midstate is that we have 60 children daycare center called Little Antlers. I've been on Channel 9 a couple of times touting that, and we get great reviews from our federal delegation as well as our local delegation as well. We have some advantages that some of the other daycare centers don't have, which is that we do give our staff a pension, we do give them health insurance, and we do give them free tuition if they have a child in our daycare center. However, we pay around $17 or maybe $18 an hour. And over the past 3 or 4 months, out of a staff of 15 full-time and part-time, we lost 4 staff members, which really impacts our ability to staff the agency. So use me as an example. I have some of the stuff that's written in this legislation, and it's still not enough. There are times when I could testify and say money doesn't solve a problem. Here's an instance where money does solve the problem. It's $17 an hour, $18 an hour. Many of these folks are single parents, or they don't have another source of income. One of my assistants directors works at Marshall's to augment her income. Now, a lot of us do moonlight, but the fact of the matter is they have to work a second job to make things work. Irrespective of what agency finally handles this, what a shame to lose at least this first step in the opportunity to make things better. And remember, this legislation is just the first step. It creates the pot. There's no money in it. It just creates the pot. And I can't tell you firmly enough, and I've testified, Jackie knows, I've been at some of her things here. Please, this is so vitally important. You know, when we thought about opening this, I talked to the local hospital. They didn't want to do anything with us. I talked to businesses. They didn't want to do anything with us. And every year that we have this open, it costs us Midstate, $100,000 plus a year to subsidize this. And that's at a wage of $17 an hour. And we have 60 kids now. We're licensed for 100. I'll never see it because we'll never have enough staff because we don't pay enough. And there's too much competition elsewhere. And what's really troubling about this, committee members, is that this trickles all the way through the community. People can't find, employers can't find people to do their jobs because they have to take care of their children. And to me, this is the first step of a greater opportunity to make a difference without a huge impact on the state budget. So I humbly say, please consider this. Let this legislation pass. Figure out who the agency that's going to handle it. Don't let that stand in the way. Get this thing done. I strongly recommend that you move this thing forward. So thank you very, very much. I'm just a cranky old guy just here testifying. But thank you very, very much, and I appreciate your time, and I am here to answer any questions.
Thanks, Flynn, but I'm a cranky, sort of younger guy. Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Last up is Amanda Sears with the Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy.
Hello.
You're not Amanda.
I am
You are Amanda. Jeez, I'm sorry. Told you I haven't had my coffee yet.
I haven't had much coffee either, but I think I am.
You are Amanda. I can confirm you are Amanda.
Hi, I am Amanda Sears. I am the New Hampshire State Director for the Campaign for a Family-Friendly Economy. We are based here in New Hampshire, working to advance policies and build support for efforts that can help families to make ends meet and be there for their families when they need to be. And so childcare is, of course, a central part of what we work to advance. I want to thank you for considering this bill. And I also want to thank you. I didn't look up your voting history, but I bet many of you voted for the budget last year that included the $15 million that some people before me have spoken about to help with a one-time expenditure in workforce support. What I think is really helpful about this bill is that in a non-budget year, it gives an opportunity to think about we do still need this kind of resource and this kind of support, but where does it really belong, and how do we get it to be structured in such a way that it can work the most efficiently and best that it can. I really appreciate the Department of Health and Human Services for working to get this money out the door. I think that it is still in process there. They have a lot, it's an enormous department. They have a lot on their plate. And I think it sat with them because they do so much else on childcare with the Childcare Scholarship Program and licensing. But this is really a business and economic development program, this workforce fund. It's not like the other child care programs that they run, which are, about scholarships to families that need assistance, et cetera. This is looking to solve a problem that businesses have now, and that is our workforce crisis. I am sure that when each and every one of you is talking to people in your districts, you are hearing about the workforce crisis from employers in your districts. Everybody is struggling to find workers. The reason to invest in the child care sector when everybody is looking for workers is because the single largest factor keeping people who are outside of the workforce from working right now is access to care. And so we could have additional people entering our workforce if they could get off of the wait lists that you've heard about from some of the child care centers here and had care for their little ones. And so this is a way to get more people not only working in the childcare sector, but working in all of our sectors. And so that's why it's really a business and economic development program. So I do hope that as you're considering this bill, what you're considering is what the right home for it is, not whether we need it. So I appreciated, Representative, your comment that, that's part of what you're thinking about and deliberating is what is the right home? Because I think that's really the question. And so I hope that, and I think that, I know you don't have a lot of time, but in a non-budget year, you have a little bit more time to consider that piece so that then next year when it's another budget year, you're able to consider and what can we put toward that, and think about what the right amount of resources are within the context of the funding plan for the whole state and the resources that you're considering as part of the budget. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing none, that's it. Can you somebody grab the blue sheet for me for this? I always forget to do that. I remember unlike the one chair that remembers the online, and I always forget the blue sheet. Okay, so online, pretty lopsided. 895 logged in support and 7 opposed. And then in person, one person signed up to speak. One person signed in that didn't speak in support. So with that, going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1611. Committee's going to stand in recess for 5 minutes while I talk to the ranking member real quick. Okay.
You are so good. Awesome.
happen. The rules allow us to exec a bill immediately after hearing it with the consent of the ranking member. So we're going to begin executive session on a House Bill 611 FN with the consent of the ranking member. Rep. Wallner, do I have your consent to begin the executive session? We're not. I can't say that. But so long as do I have your ability? Do we have your consent to take the executive session? Okay. So we're now on discussion. We're now on discussion on the bill. What I would like to do is work directly off of Representative McWilliams' amendment. I don't want to adopt the amendment because then we're going to adopt an amendment and adopt an amendment and adopt an amendment. So we're gonna act. If we're all in agreement, we're gonna act as if this is the bill currently. Okay. So let me start off with my kind of concerns. I do not like the Department of Labor for this. I know that's not going to be the most popular statement in the world, and I was telling my colleagues I can't believe I'd ever say these words. I actually think DHHS should handle this, and that you should write this day down because we haven't always gotten along with them, and that's okay. But I do believe they are actually the proper agency for it. The other thing is when you go down and you start looking at these benefits, with the exception of the student loan repayment, these are all benefits that normally flow from the employer. The purpose of putting it in the Department of Labor was to have it flow directly to the employee. I am not a huge fan of that. I'm happy to opine about why I'm not a huge fan of that, but in my mind, it effectively makes them kind of quasi-state employees to an extent. I would rather, if we are going to do something like this, have the student loan repayment, like just an FYI, like from the Republican side of the caucus, that's going to have to come off. Like we're not going to be in the business of having the government repay student loans. It's a whole thing. I'm sorry. Everything else is actually very common employer benefits. So what I would rather see is some sort of system where this fund is established, right? And then the employers, which you define on the backside of your amendment, can then apply for direct reimbursement of proven costs, right? So right now they fill out, we fill out the CCOER grant and all that sort of stuff at the end of the year. We could find a way for the DHHS to set up this system where it's like, all right, we have a certain amount of funds allocated, a certain amount, and you prove these costs, and then has to be a direct repayment of those proven costs, not what you think the costs will be, but what the costs actually are. The other thing that we by we I mean the Republican side of the aisle, we are not going to start preferencing certain childcare centers over others. I know that there is a desire to pick childcare centers that take the state scholarship over ones that don't. Our side's not going to get on board with that. We treat everybody the same. I'm not aware of a childcare center that doesn't take the childcare center scholarship. I'm sure there are some, but the overwhelming vast majority do. But I'm definitely, for the record, mine does. But I do not want to get into the business of effectively picking winners and losers because they do something we like or something we don't like. So that is kind of my opening salvo of my thoughts on this. Those things, which I think keeps the underlying intent of the bill there. It keeps probably, for being honest, 90% of the bill there, but makes it, I think, much more palatable, much more functioning, and doesn't have private child care employees going to the state of New Hampshire Department of Labor for reimbursement of a benefit that I don't know how they would, how would they prove they got PTO or they didn't get PTO? You can see these questions arising. These are all employer benefits. Just have them flow through the employer, have it come from DHHS. There's no reason to have the child care center, child care provider work with a new department. And that's kind of my thoughts on it. So definitely that was a lot. So Representative McWilliams.
Thank you very much for outlining your concerns with the bill, Chair Barry. I think that regardless of who the agency is, I'm pretty agnostic about that specific thing. I'll let my other colleagues speak if they have strong thoughts about it, but I think having a good administrator is more important than having it be a specific administrator. So that being said, I think that that's okay. I understand your concerns about most of these being things that flow through the employer except for student loan repayment. And so I would raise you, instead of student loan repayment, can we talk about reimbursement for related education costs? Because there's always continuing ed each year. So any of those that can be proven with a receipt, right? Because you had said that you wanted to have proven costs after the fact. So I would say education with related education with receipt. Now, obviously, you can't go become a plumber while you're working for a childcare center and get your education reimbursed there. But I think that at least it's in the spirit of you've spent some money on education, and we'd like to make sure that you can stay in the career that you've chosen with the education costs that you've incurred. And then finally, you said you don't want them enrolled in the Department of Health and Human Services Child Care Scholarship Program. I don't know how important that is.
You're misinterpreting. I don't want, so there's a clause in the B that as the funds get exhausted, they're preferenced. I don't want any preference.
Okay.
Because it's you actually, because when I first read it, I misunderstood it, but you're basically giving this to every child care center in the state effectively, because you have number 2 as a catch-all, nonprofit and privately owned center-based and family-based child care programs, right?
Yep.
Which probably actually could probably just be number 2, that could be it on its own. What we don't want is the preference.
So just remove B.
just
10B on second page.
just take out B. Take out B. I think the rest of it's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. And then I actually like your proposition on the student loan, because as I've said before in our hearings, getting these teachers into lead teacher positions requires a CDA. That's roughly about $500. That's right in line with what we're looking to do. And that's, again, it's a proven cost after the fact, as something that very well easily could, once again, flow through the employer.
Could we call that related education expenses?
Yeah, sure. Proven continuing education costs or something like that. Representative Cretion?
Thank you. I will just throw out there, as someone who's kind of tangentially involved in HR and recruiting and things in my day job, student loan repayment is definitely something that is becoming more popular as something that's offered and through employers, as you mentioned. So I don't necessarily have strong opinions about taking it out or leaving it in, but I just did want to throw that out there. And then my other question was, if we get rid of 4.2b, do we need to replace it with any other language about what to do if requests exceed available funding, like make it first come, first served, or...
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Because I think the other thing is how is this? There's an imaginative pot of money, right? We don't know what the pot of money is. That was a concern that my caucus was willing to overlook, just FYI. But there's this imaginary pot of money that doesn't yet exist and might not ever exist. Who knows? The question is how is it allocated, right? So if we don't set up some sort of structure, we don't allow DHS to set up some sort of regulated structure, there's going to be this massive Jan 1, go to the well as quickly as you can, versus, kind of what they do effectively with the other grants that they dole out, which is it's usually based on like, one of them's not even based on actual enrollment, one's based on capacity. But that would be something that DHH, like I would be in favor of some structure where it was based on enrollment. I really don't like doing it based on capacity. I actually like doing it based on enrollment. And just have it be divvied up proportionally, and then some clause about what to do with unexpended funds in the last quarter of the year. Now we're getting really into the fiscal weeds, but you'd have to figure out something to do with unexpended funds at the end of the year. You just leave it in there and let it be invested, and the interest rolls back into the accounts. But that's a question for our good friends at Fiscal. Yes, Representative Wallner.
Some of those things I think would be addressed if we do need to include in here that the department, no matter what department it is, can promulgate rules. So a lot of the things that you just mentioned would be in the promulgation of the rules, that whichever department it is, has it. I guess I know that I'm trying to imagine the kind of administrative structure we're going to need if we're having every child care provider in the state giving receipts to someone to be reimbursed. It is going to be, I think, an enormous administrative structure, and I'm not sure that anyone is ready for that. I think the idea behind this was that that childcare providers would be eligible for a grant, and then these are the ways they could use it. And that they wouldn't be sending in individual receipts, because I think that's going to be administratively very difficult for anyone, any department or any entity to really manage that kind of system. So I do have a question that I might want to ask somebody in the audience, if you would allow that.
Yeah, but first let me respond to that. If you don't have some sort of system about proving cost, then you're just giving them money, right?
Yes.
And they can raise their hand and say, I swear I'm using this for student loan repayment or childcare discount. They can, but the reality is like, I know how money works. And if you give somebody a check and you don't say, show me the receipts, they may or may not do with that money what you want them to do. And that's just human, that's just human nature. Like, I'm sorry. That's one of the reasons I think it's actually more appropriate to go through the employer. I mean, at that point, effectively, you're just saying, like, why don't we just give childcare actual workers money? It would be a lot easier just to be like, here's $5,000, have a great day, see you next January. And I that's something that we're never getting on board with that. So, but anyways, yeah, who do you want to hear from the audience, Representative Warren?
Well, I'm not really sure. I'm looking out there in the audience. I just want to know if anyone has any information about this. I know that there have been many states in the United States have already set up grant programs for childcare providers. And I just wondered if someone might say something about what departments, if you know, what departments are running those, and two, if they are direct grants or if they're doing a receipt kind of process.
And hi again, I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. I think part of what we, as a field, as a group of coalition members here, talking directly with the field, both to employers and to employees, was really trying to do something that we thought would be most effective. And that was, again, the employers were saying they've got enough on their plate. They don't, some again, studying retention, it can be very particular to what this particular employee needs. They may or may not need health insurance. They may or may not. Once you start having the employer doing all these benefits, this isn't actually affecting their operating supports, right? This is a grant to really raise the earnings of individual childcare employees to keep them there. And the intent, again, designing it with Department of Labor and others, is there are studies that show if there's a couple of grants a year, it's better than the $5,000 in the beginning of the year. Thank you very much. Good luck. It's, it really is that if you have a certain amount of money and you figure out what it would be per employee, those employees can apply for that grant. Perhaps probably 3 times a year. That tends to keep retention, knowing they're going to be able to access money in this month and then that month and that month. And you could also have, some states have done things where, you have to stay in the job, or you would pay them because they did stay in the job for the last 4 months, right? You verify that you've been in the job for the last 4 months, you've been doing this, you're a full-time employee, this is the stipend you're earning. How are you planning on using that money for what your need is? Now, figuring out, again, trying to figure out the best way for accountability without having it stacks and stacks and stacks and receipts. But the idea really was, again, to administer these grants on an ongoing basis is in a very simple way to access online and do their application, SurveyMonkey, whatever it is, do their applications online, their verifications online, but also having really, really good TA. We've learned with a lot of the grants that have gone out, and Representative Barry better than anyone else at this table too, how tough it can be to understand what the grants are about. Some people are not even applying because they're not sure. We really don't want that to happen to the workforce. And you add that extra layer of employer, and I understand the reasoning of that, but I really think, we really felt, based on the information from the field, that if these could be employee grants. Other states have done it in different ways. Marianne behind me knows a little bit more. Washington, D.C. did a stipend of $10,000 a year from a fund that they were able to access. There's different ways of doing it. Maine did $200 a month. but it really was for the employees. Some of them, I think, did go to the employer. So, but yeah.
Thank you. So going back to this, it's like I think it's like if you give people PTO, well, that's a tax liability now, because PTO is it's paid, it's money. So how are we accounting? Or is this? You can see all these questions that get opened up, right? Is the state going to withhold Is state going to withhold the employer side, and the employee side on the PTO benefit that's being doled out, right? Like that's why, like I get the idea of going to the employee. But you're dealing out benefits that traditionally come from employers, and you're dealing with people who may not understand the tax implications of getting PTO, and not understanding. Like I'm self-employed, so I know that when somebody hands me a check for $100, I have to put $25 aside, and I get to spend $75. Like I know that because I have to pay the IRS every year. Childcare employees are not used to that. They come to me in January 31. Where's my W-2? I want my refund. That's not, you're not setting that system up. You're setting them up for actually kind of a system where they may be in some trouble. Kind of just administratively, by the way, can we throw we throw J into F? Like telemedicine is mostly covered by insurance anyways. So just like, can we just toss that?
If I may, there actually is an option to do, and a lot of childcare employees are doing it now, that many of them have health insurance, but they have very high deductibles.
Yeah.
And a lot of them do not have telehealth. And if they do, it's not 24/7. There are some options out there that are very affordable for telehealth that New Hampshire folks are using now. And it'd be great if they could be supported. So
Yeah,
that's why
I'm not talking about getting rid of it. I'm just talking
Oh,
about
got it.
for the purpose
Pardon.
of conciseness, you're dealing with health benefits.
Oh, put it same line.
Why not just put the
Pardon me.
other health benefit in the line with the health benefit? That's just purely.
Thank you.
I'm not talking about getting rid of it. I'm talking about administratively. Just
Thank you.
dole it up there. Like less is, trust me, because finance is going to have a field day with it too. Sorry, go ahead. Yes, Representative DeSimone, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for listening. I've applied for grants. There's criteria that shall be met when you apply for a grant. These receipts can be part of that criteria. So if we have an employee who is eligible and the employer is going to apply, the employer gives the employee this incentive to say, bring me your receipts. I'm applying for a grant. I believe you should benefit from that grant. Bring me your receipts so it can be included in the grant application. And it helps the employer because there are hopefully many employees who are going to be eligible. So it helps the employer with his or her grant writing to include that. So that's why I think it's actually, I agree that it should be the employer. And as far as the receipts are concerned, that can be handled in that manner.
Yeah, and remember, like the whole point of this is retention, right? So if you're filing for expenses after the fact, right? Well, that the expenses, that the benefit was doled out, right? It was given, right? And the whole point is to give it to retention. And giving things for in the future always concerns me because it's like you don't know what's going to happen. Like once they have the money, you don't know what's going to happen. But like I always, and I've said this before, I always look at things through the lens of my own center, right? So like our entire center just did our re-up on CPR. I paid for it. We stayed after. They all got time and a half because we were on OT, right? I just ate that as the employer, right? Because my teachers have to have CPR. Like it's just one of the deals. So you're dealing with things that I really am adamant about this. You're dealing with the exception of the student loan repayment, which I am totally cool to move to the CTE. Yeah, the CTE, continuing education. Because you're talking about like pro solutions and stuff like that. I'm totally cool to go there. I think that's actually way more agreeable. But I really am I am stuck on it. It needs to flow through the employer. It needs to be for a proven cost. Because the idea is if you tell the employer, hey, we're going to start the state's, You tell them, you know, all right, we've gotten this much money in the pot. You know, you're going to get this much to dole over these benefits. Prove that you're doing it. Now the employer is going to be able to offer these benefits, right? They're not going to not do it. I mean, why would any employer not give, and I'm using air quotes here because I don't believe, I philosophically, I have trouble saying this, free benefits. Why would any employer not do that? It would be ludicrous not to do that. You would be run out of business. Your competition alone would put you under the ground. If it's coming from the state has never not paid me. I'll say that. The state has never not.
There's a limited pot of money.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Barry. I just wanted to mention, you know, in hearing this, we're all sitting here because we're acknowledging that there's a childcare crisis. And what it makes me think back to is during COVID, and I know, Chair Barry, you're a small business owner, I am as well. And this is a bit of a political landmine, but what happened when COVID shut us all down as small business owners is we recognized we need to get money in the hands of these businesses right away with, you know, removing some of these rails. And so what it makes me think of is to address these issues we have, the quickest way to get the extra sort of funds to our workforce. But what if we looked at it where we said there's an annual audit that takes place and people get pulled randomly to be ensured that it's, you know, being spent the way that we want it to be spent?
A random, I still don't like it being a random audit of the employee, because it's just not, I know it's just not going to end well. I'm just telling you, it is not going to end well. The employer has accounting mechanisms already in place, right? The teacher likely does not have the same account. Like the teacher doesn't have a QuickBooks account, right? Every dollar in and every dollar out of my center goes through a QuickBooks account, right? You ask me how much profit I made last month, I can tell you in 10 seconds. Because I have to account for every dollar, because I have to give it to the IRS, I have to give it to our friends at DRA, right? You're involving people, you're giving money to people who directly, I actually think you will be causing them more harm by giving it to them directly than just allowing the benefit to flow through the employer, every single one of these is everything that, like, I'll go back to my own center. I pay the $28 fee for background check. If you come and you work for my center and you don't have your background check, I give you $28 check to the Department of Safety. You go on down to Hazen Drive. Like, I do that, right? So you could actually see, like, centers like mine, you might see cost shifting, right? I might say, I don't need to pay your $28. You can reimburse yourself with the state, right? You might see cost shifting. So it is, I'm telling you, it is a much better system to just run it through the employer, run it through DHHS, and not try to do a direct payment to a person who doesn't understand accounting. Like, I'm not trying, I love our teachers. They're some of the best people in the world, right? They're not accountants, right? They didn't raise their hand to be accountants. They raised their hand to be teachers. God bless them. I can't do it. I was in a classroom 2 days ago, and 6 hours in, I was like, oh my God. But I like handling money. Like, I'm good at. You're gonna give them something that there's a way to give them the benefit that doesn't involve them assuming the liability. That's what I'm saying. Like, all right.
Yeah, so Rep. Barry, just to respond to what you said, and I certainly understand where you're coming from, but again, thinking back during COVID, I'm a lawyer and not an accountant. There's a reason I have a bookkeeper, but I know when my business needed those funds, there were very clear categories you could spend those funds on, and to me, this is a pretty small pool of different categories, and it just wasn't very difficult to keep a folder and a record of here's how I spent my funds. So I'm not sure that I fully disagree that it would be too difficult on the employees.
I hear that. I would also point out you have a JD, right? You are a highly educated person, right? You do not need a JD to be a teacher. I'm not saying you're bad. I'm not saying it's bad. Don't get me wrong. We have plenty of bachelor's teachers. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying you are putting them into a situation where you might be setting them up for failure. We can get them the benefits that they want. We can get them the benefits that I think they need. We can do that without creating tax liabilities for them, right? The PTO benefit alone is a tax liability. The employer pays 7% every paycheck you get, your employer is responsible. You have 14% payroll tax. Your employer is charged of 7%. How does that work if the money doesn't flow through the employer? How does it work? The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't work because they're at that point, are they considered self-employed? All right. So now their tax liability goes from 14%, in which the employer is paying 7, to 25%. So you're going to hand them money for PTO. Do you think they're going to know? Are they going to have the tax training to know that they need to take 25% and put it in their pocket and put it into a savings account because they're going to owe it? Are they going to start owing quarterlies, right? Or are they just going to owe on April 15th? These are all things that you're setting up. You're not setting this program up for success. You are setting it up. I believe you're setting people up for failure. And it's going like, it's not from the heartless. I'm not up here saying don't do this, right? I'm not up saying here don't do this benefit. You're not hearing those words come out of my mouth. What I'm saying is don't do it directly to the employee, because you're going to set up things that are not, you're going to set them up into a system that is not, that may not be ready to do. You know, these are people who file W-2s, right? They don't, like, I have to, when I do mine, I have to send out 1099s. I have to take in 1099s, right? I have this whole, it takes me basically a month to do my taxes, right? You are effectively making them small businesses when you do this. So now, like, you're setting this situation up. It is just so much simpler to just run it through the employer who already has every employer in childcare centers that I know has a relationship with DHHS. They know the grant fund, they get the Survey Monkey thing, right? They're already equipped to do that. You are now shifting that onto a whole group of people. I could actually make the argument that some of them may not take advantage of it because it may be confusing. It's just way easier if it flows through the employer. And I actually think you'll get more good to more teachers that way than if you just tried to say, hey, you can apply for this, good luck. Because, you have all sorts of other questions, right? Like, how are you going to notify these teachers that this is available if their employer doesn't tell them, right? How are they even going to know about it? Because are you going to send out certified mail to every person who has a current background check with DHHS? You could do that, right? But if you send out to the 350 some odd childcare providers in the state of New Hampshire, hey, this program's coming on board by July 1st. This fund's going to be established. This is what we're trying to do. By the way, give us some feedback. How do you think it'll work? Right? It's a way better process to deal with that pool of people than every teacher in the state of New Hampshire. You see what I'm saying? It's not about not giving them the benefit. It's about how do we get the benefit to them effectively without setting them up for failure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In another life, I was that mean, horrible IRS auditor. I really wasn't mean, and I really wasn't horrible. However, if you have ever seen the condition of the receipts during an audit, it's shocking. Most W-2 filers don't understand the necessity to hold on to receipts, what receipts they should hold on to, what receipts they don't need to, coffee stains, peanut butter stains, and all. It is so much better and more efficient for an employer to be the one to hold all that information, considering the fact that if you are an employer, you have a bookkeeping department. There's where all the receipts are held. It is in one place. Instead of some auditor walking into a W-2 filer and saying, not IRS, but DHHS or whomever is going to be the auditor and saying, I want your receipts. They're going to be, the baby formula spilled all over it, so I threw it out. It works better. It's more efficient. It's more streamlined. And that's why I like the employer as opposed to the employee.
Can I share something?
Sure. Let me give an anecdotal story before we do that. So I just recently gave I just recently gave one of my employees a promotion. Brought her up to assistant director. My game plan is to make her the director so I can go off and start another childcare center. She got a raise with that, obviously, more responsibilities, more money, right? She had a tax liability after she filed. She came to me and said, Ross, the IRS says I owe him $1,200. What am I going to do? And she's like, well, first thing she said is, did you do my taxes right? I said, that is all automated. Like, I don't, what goes in, like, you fill out your thing online. I don't do the math. Like, QuickBooks does the math. But I actually sat down with her and went over it. And yeah, like because of the raise, she owed a tax liability. She's not going to be able to make April 15th. I know that. I had to go over I told her, I was like, hey, I've been here. Trust me. What you're going to do is you're going to file on the 15th. You're going to send them saying, you owe this money. You're going to set up a payment plan. They're going to charge you 18% interest rate. By the way, financially, you need to get that paid off as quickly as possible because 18% is gross. So I imagine that conversation. The reason I'm so passionate about this is I imagine having that conversation with every one of my teachers who takes PTO and then gets some form of W-2 or something or 1099 from the state of New Hampshire, and then they go and they plug it in, and then they're like, oh, I owe $2,000 to the IRS in April. That is going to happen. Like, if that PTO benefit, which I've heard nobody say take it out. So if that PTO benefit sticks in there and it's applicable, there's tax liability with that. That horrible conversation I had to have with, by the way, single mother, just so you know, single mother. That horrible conversation I had to have with her about how she was going to get through this and basically be her financial advisor, which is not a job I signed up for, but happy to help. That's going to happen across the state of New Hampshire if you give benefits directly to employees. That's going to happen again and again and again. And then we're going to be back here in 2 years having some conversation about how we fix that problem. So let's just not have that problem. That's my point. Anyways, Representative Page.
Thank you. So if we do this through the employer, one of the things I'm trying to grapple with here is how we ensure that it's predictable for the provider. And what I'm hearing is sort of a pay as you go from whoever's administering, like the receipts come in and then they get reimbursed. I'm hearing you about why you think it makes sense for it to flow through the provider. My concern is I'm hearing a lot directly from providers about how they're already feeling stress around being able to access funding that has been promised and feeling yanked around. So I'm trying to understand in this model that you're envisioning, when do they get the money? Could we at least, provide it up front to the provider and then draw it down? Because what my fear is sort of, there's so much agita around being able to plan, to be able to understand that the employees will get these benefits. So I'm keeping an open mind on how we best administer this and how the funds flow, but I want to make sure that the provider is able to say, with confidence to their employee, your tuition assistance is covered, or whatever the decision may be, right? So I'm keeping an open mind, but I just want to put that out there as a worry that I have as we're moving in that direction.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I mean, Representative Longcrown, it's like, what do you do? How do you distribute this money, right? Because you don't want to get to September and it runs out of cash, right? Which is why I said kind of at the beginning, like, if I was the financial god of this program, I would take the amount of money that was given, I would divvy it up by, current enrollment on X date. Probably for me would be Jan 1, right? And I would say, you have, as the employer, employer of, little learners has access to, $15,000 to provide employee benefits across the following benefit allocations, right? And as an employer, that fund is available, and then we just have to deal with what happens with unexpended funds at the end of the year. But knowing employers as I do, my guess is that fund would be damn near zero if you knew that they could go and pull X amount of dollars and they knew that number very early on in the fiscal calendar year.
Could
Yes.
I just, I'm Mary Ann Barter from the Childcare Advisory Council, and we've done a lot of research on this.
Maine right now does direct bonuses to the staff people, to the teachers, and it has helped with retention. It goes through their DHHS. It's a quarterly or a monthly bonus system, I'm sorry, and it's just checks that go out without any attachment of how that has to be spent. They assume they're spending it for housing or their food or whatever. So I understand that's not exactly the New Hampshire way of doing it, but the Child Care Advisory Council is truly worried about childcare without borders, right? So if you leave me, if I run a childcare facility in Concord, if you leave my childcare facility, I want you to stay in the field and go to your childcare facility or Lynn's childcare facility. And what happens with the DHHS grants is we just do not have the level of participation that we would like to see, primarily because it does go through these really, really overstressed directors and owners of the business. The core grant has been sort of a disaster, and because there were a lot of guardrails around it, it required insurance levels that family child care providers do not have, so they were not able to benefit from it, and documentation without knowing the amount that you're going to get back. So we have people who've been turning in 300 pages of documentation of expenses, and they don't know whether they're going to get back $50 or $50,000. And so that is a real challenge and a huge paperwork burden. We've also heard from business owners that they do not want any sort of financial burden of this. They don't want to have to count these funds as income. And if they do count them as income, there has to be some sort of mechanism where they can save out some to cover their expenses, and how we best work that. So I agree with you that it's a tremendous burden to ask people to understand their taxes, and it's frustrating, and it might really hurt people. But it seems to be the systems that have worked best across the country. But if it's not the New Hampshire way, that's fine. I just want to ensure that people stay in the field, regardless of what business they are at, and regardless of whether they move to another town. Please don't go to work at Dunkin' Donuts. Please stay in childcare and open up a childcare facility in that town.
Representative Creation.
Thank you. I was just wondering, do you know for Maine, is it too simplistic to say, can we write something in the bill to say this money would be tax-free so you don't have to worry about it,
No, they have a tax problem.
Messing with their...
They have a tax problem.
Or taking it out, okay.
Yeah, and it is a problem. Representative Berry's right. It's a problem. And the first year that they did it, it's not a problem for everybody because most childcare providers are really broke. I mean, we're not talking a ton of money here. But for married providers, it was an issue. And so I think that we acknowledge there's going to have to be an education piece that's pretty extraordinary that goes with this. And regardless of whether it goes through the employer or goes through goes straight to the teacher themselves, there's going to have to be an educational piece to this, because right now, and Jesse probably knows this a little bit better than I do, but I believe the most amount of people we've had apply for a grant funding in the state is around 450. I don't think we've broken 500 yet. And we have 750 licensed providers in the state. So what's going on with this 250 that they're not applying for funds? Some of it might be philosophical. Some of them might be very wealthy and they don't need to. I would find that surprising. But I would worry an awful lot about those staff not being able to access what's going to keep them in the field.
Yeah, so I hear all that, but it's, if you have I don't really view this as a grant, right? You're effectively setting up a revolving fund that once, I know how politics works. Once money is allocated into that thing, the likelihood that it's ever going to go down is very low. Because who's going to be the politician that's going to raise their hand and say, yep, I'm draining the child care fund. So I live in that reality of, I know how politics works. Once the money goes into that, you can make the argument it would never go up. That's definitely possible. But you can never make the argument to me that it would go down. The having it be a set amount per employer from the beginning, and DHHS can send out, hey, we've calculated this up. We believe you're eligible for X. All right. And if it's worth the employer's time, which if it's, a $20 million fund, it definitely will be. I can promise you they're going to apply. The issue is the current, everybody wants to reference the current grant applications. I have filled out the current grant applications, so I know about them, right? They are insane, right? It's all like, all right, I've got this teacher in this room making this much money with this ratio. It's nuts. Like, it takes a long time. I'll tell you right now, I haven't talked to as many chalk providers as you have. That's why you don't have 200 people filling out, because you load the thing up and it's insane. That being said, I don't think this is like that. We're not asking them to produce. Why would we be asking them to produce ratios and rooms at times of days and stuff like that? Why would we ask them that? It's like, hey, show me what you sent to Harvard Pilgrim. Okay, cool. Click. Here you go. Right. I think we're way overcomplicating. I think we're taking the two existing grants that are out there, which are admittedly, I haven't even filled out the second one yet because I keep loading it up and going, oh my God. I think it's due the 23rd, right? I've got some time. See, I know. That's how you know. I'm looking at them. I don't make this stuff up. I swear, I live in this world. But we're not. I don't think we're talking about that. I don't see why DHHS would be interested in that. It's not the benefit that we're looking to provide. Arguably, the one thing you'd have to provide is a copy of your payroll. Okay, I could pull that off my phone right now. I think we're taking our experiences with the current grant application that's closed and the current one that's open until the 23rd. We're applying that to something that doesn't yet exist. And what I'm telling you is they don't have to be like that. You don't have to live in that world. You can live in a world in which an employer files for reimbursement. There's plenty of software out there, by the way. I do imagine DHHS would need a staffer for this. Somebody to sit there, God bless that person, all day is going to be looking at receipts. But somebody will do it, I promise you. I think we're making it, I think in the attempt to get the money directly there, right, and setting up problems for the providers, I think we're overlooking what is the obvious avenue that I think will actually deliver the most good. I think more employers will take advantage of it than providers. I could see providers getting to the end of the year and be like, oh, I forgot to file. Whatever. I can see that happening. Like, dealing with them every day, I could see that happening. I don't want that to happen to them. I want them to have the benefits, right? I want them to get this stuff. I want the employers to provide better benefits because they know at the beginning of the year they're going to have this financial stability from the state and that they can then feel comfortable providing those benefits. That's going to lift the industry up as a whole, right? Not just, saying, all right, like, we're going to set this thing up and have this massive education system for, how many childcare teachers are there in the state of New Hampshire, right? There's thousands, right? It's 5,500. So you're talking about educating 5,500 people or educating 700 business owners. What do you think is going to be the more arduous task, right? Who do you think is more likely to participate? Like, let's just be real, right? I love these teachers. I really do. Like, I really do love them. I want what's best for them. I want to get them what's best for them. I don't believe going directly to them is actually the best way to do it. It's use the system that already exists, use the department. It sounds like we're good on the department, but use the department that is already handling the childcare centers to begin with. And it all makes sense. Anyway, so I'm going to stop beating this to death. Those are my thoughts on it. I'd like to hear from the other side of the aisle on it. If we can come to consensus, then we can file this thing off to OLS and maybe vote on it this afternoon.
So I was wondering, as you were talking, I was wondering if there was some way of writing this so that we make it, tighten it up so that this is a pass-through directly to the employees, directly to the teachers, through the employer, if that's the preference, but it has to go, there has to be directly to the teachers. And without all the receipts and everything from the teachers, but it goes directly as a bonus program, to the teachers, and they can use it however they deem. If they have to use it on housing or groceries or whatever it is.
Well, at that point, you're just talking about supplemental pay, right?
Yes, that's
so
what I'm talking. That's what
man,
they
you went to
need.
you just.
That's what they need.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Right. Let's get to the point.
More pay.
Yeah. I mean, now we're. It makes it so the benefit side of it. If you give them pay, right? Now the employers incurred a tax liability, but to be fair, their employees getting a benefit. So you're asking the employers to eat a little bit of that. I imagine they would claw back somewhere else. Benefits are you can write as the employer, you can write them off, right? So like I already give my employees PTO. It means nothing to me that like the state coming in and doing that wouldn't do anything for me. I already give it to them. But it would be great for me to be able to lower their healthcare costs because right now I can only cover about $50 a week per employee of their side of the premium. Like it'd be nice for me. I think more of my employees would take advantage of it because I do offer a very nice healthcare plan. I'll give an example. My child spent 8 days in the NICU. We had a $116,000 bill. We were on the same plan as our employers. The total liability for me was $234. Why? Because I employ a lot of women under the age of 30. So when I set up that insurance, you can imagine I moved maternity and nursing care all the way up because a lot of my teachers, they are of that age, they get pregnant, they have children. I wanted that service available to them. I wasn't aware that my wife would be the first one to take advantage of it. But you know, that's how most employers would view this. If you give them that opportunity, I believe they'll do the right thing. I think just handing down the money might be too big of a pill to swallow for my side. You're already asking us to kind of move off of like, because the default answer from the Republican side of this would just be no, you're establishing a program to give out money. The default answer is no. We're trying to work in good faith on that. And I think that might be a bridge too far for us. So that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so are we going to be able to reach any consensus on this? So like where are we at? You kind of know. I think I have beaten this microphone to death, trying to make this work. So like, where are we at? What can we agree to? Ms. Williams, this is your bill. Let's start off.
Thank you, Chair Barry. It seems like there are some points that we can definitely work together on this bill. And I think that in the interests of getting the fund set up, I think it's okay to put something on paper to get the fund set up. And if we have to do future legislation in a year or 2 or 3, like we do on so many other things, we may have to do that. But I think the priority here is making sure that we can at least create the fund with the intent that we are benefiting childcare employees for recruitment and retention, because that's the need right now. And I think that need will continue because of the economics of childcare in New Hampshire and around the United States. So setting up the fund, I think, is the priority. That being said, I think a lot of the things that we've discussed are pretty easy to put in as an amendment. But what I'd like to do is do a committee-wide amendment if we can come to a consensus. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't want to just do a McWilliams amendment on this, obviously. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. And the McWilliams amendment would look different than the committee amendment. So, we'll just be clear. But I think that there's a way for us to find a middle ground to get this rolling, and understanding that this needs to go to finance next. So they will iron out some of those nuanced questions that I don't think this committee should be spending time on in terms of like, you talked about the enrollment proportionality. I think that's probably a finance discussion, not an us discussion, which is okay. But so in the interests of at least, you know, if we need to go through employers because there are only 700-ish employers rather than employees because there are 5,500, okay, let's set it up that way. I do want to be very cautious about that because, as you mentioned, there's a certain percentage of businesses that just don't apply for grants. So that could leave those employees high and dry because they know they're eligible for their health insurance to get covered, and they may even submit that to the employer, and then the employer sits on it. So there's an unfairness piece that maybe needs a little bit of a, I don't know, a way to work with that, but okay. And maybe the unfairness is those employees end up leaving those employers. But with childcare, it's so geographically based. You know, if this is a co-op employer and there's only 2 of them, then it's not like those employees can just uproot and go elsewhere. So they'd like to walk with their feet. They probably will leave the industry rather than forcing their employer or going around the employer to apply for the grant themselves. But in fairness, and I'm a middle child, so fairness is very important to me. So in fairness, I think that we want to have some kind of a backdoor to allow employees whose employers don't apply to at least try. Because if you're stuck geographically, you're really stuck. And that's not fair.
Yeah, actually, I think I can agree to that. If the employer doesn't apply, I think I can agree to that because the free market side of me says they would move, but you are right. In Coos County, there's probably like 3 providers, and that may not be an option for them. So I'm willing to meet you on that.
Okay. All right. I think we can make this work. I think that we have enough common ground that we can set up this fund, and certainly finance will have more edits to this, so we can submit what we've got in terms of the common ground. I'm open to any other discussion on this.
So we're good on striking student loan payment and putting that into changing that to CTE, or continuing education costs. Sorry.
Job-related education expenses.
Oh yeah, well it is. Yeah, then we could just get rid of it then.
Job-related education expenses.
So we have the CTE that we want, and we won't do the student loan repayment. It's just not gonna happen. Are we cool putting the telemedicine coverage up into F? I know that's like purely just like
Scrivener.
put it right where that belongs. And then I assume we're good with DHHS.
Yep.
right? And we're good with striking Part B of Section 4 for preference, which I guess we're going to have to figure out how to do that with the people who actually it didn't, well, oh, yes, that's very important. Yes, we need to put rules in there. I have that underlined right on the top of it, rules.
Will promulgate.
DHHS will promulgate rules.
Yeah.
And then, okay.
Yay.
All right. So, Representative McWilliams, you want to submit that amendment? Put me on it with you. And if we're lucky, we'll get it back from OLS today.
How many can I put on it? Can I put the whole committee on it?
Yeah, you can if
If
they're
that's okay
agreeable
with
to it.
everyone?
Yeah.
Let's put everyone on it. I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, let's
Yeah.
put everyone on it.
All right. Is everybody good with that? Okay. Okay. All right. So with that, we're going to end the SNAP executive session and go back to public hearings, and we're only, oh God, hour and a half behind. But hey, all right. All right, moving on. We're going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1056 relative to the administration of the scholarship program, which I believe Representative DeSimone, you are the sponsor of. Yeah, just go ahead and introduce it. It's a pretty simple bill. So you guys know, Representative DeSimone and I worked together on a lot of these bills, but we put her as the lead because if I am the chair and I get up and I advocate for the bill, I then can no longer participate in the hearing. I told her I would take the ones that were a little spicier, and I would give her the ones that I thought were probably more consensus driven. So, all right, thank you, and thank you, Representative DeSimone, for being here. It's great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak. For the record, I'm Representative Deb DeSimone. I represent Rockingham 18, which is Atkinson, New Hampshire, one of the most southern communities. My family will not believe that there is somebody who talks more than me, Representative Berry. Representative Berry and I worked on this bill concerning the Childcare Scholarship Program administered by the department. And we want them to prioritize the applications of the childcare employees. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's easy peasy. I'm sure Representative Berry will want to add to anything that I say, so I'll leave the rest up to Representative Berry if he so chooses. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. There's only one other person signed up to speak, Jesse Davis from DHHS.
Thank you.
We might even get some time back. Who knows? We definitely ain't making lunch, that's for sure.
Hello, I'm Jessie Davis. I'm the Bureau Chief of Child Development and Head Start Collaboration for the department. And I just want to caution the committee that this would put us out of compliance with federal regulation. We cannot discriminate against a certain type of family for eligibility for the scholarship fund.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative McWilliams?
Do you have a recommendation for how we could get around that?
I unfortunately did not come prepared for a recommendation of a workaround. I do know that also there is no waiting period. You can reapply at any time. So,
cool. Do you believe if we pass this, that's my favorite question to always ask because the feds like to give money and then put a bunch of strings on it, and I like to call their bluff. Do you believe they would actually take away our childcare scholarship if we prioritize the applications of childcare workers? I know that they could. I know the answer is they could. My question is would they?
we would have federal findings for this, yes, and we would have to have corrective action plan, and we would have to, yes, yes.
Okay.
It would put us at risk.
Representative.
Is there any kind of prioritization that currently happens, like first come, first served, or how are they prioritized currently?
It is based on the amount of funds that we have available and who is applying. So yes, you would get to a waiting period if you have more families who are eligible. So the answer to that would be Yes, first come, first serve.
Okay, further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Does anyone else signed up to speak? Can you, Representative McWilliams, can you toss me the blue sheet? 1056. Nope, yes.
Yep.
I can't read. Why is this bill not? Huh, it's not listed online. That's strange. All right, well, no online. Okay, signed up and not speaking. There were 2 in favor. So with that, we get some time back. We'll close the committee hearing on House Bill 1056 and open up the public hearing on House Bill 1405. I think we can manage.
Well, for the record.
Actually, tell you what, Representative DeSimone, let me introduce this bill. You take the chair because this one's kind of niche.
It is. I'll leave a pink card for your representative. No favoritism.
I may or may not fill it out.
You're the chair.
Okay. So my name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent Hillsborough. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Can I be recognized? Can I recognize myself?
The chair recognizes Representative
Thank
Berry.
you, Madam Chair. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent Hillsborough 39, Manchester's Ward 6, 8, and 9, the fight in the South End. Here to introduce House Bill 1405 relative to limiting the publication of childcare violations. So this comes at the request of our friend Cora from Rochester. She testified about this, about how her insurance rates doubled due to the publications of findings that were not in her. I wish she was here, but to her statement, were not material to the safety or well-being of a child. Basically, the insurance company. This is what she says. The insurance company went in, pulled her file. She has what she says was paperwork violations, and they used that as the impetus to double her insurance bill. So I told her when I was talking to her outside of our listening session in Conway that I would do something about it, and this is what I did. So I'm sure it will need to be worked on. I'm sure DHHS will have some things to say about it and some things about why we can or cannot do certain things. But I want everyone to know this comes directly from our public hearings. This comes directly from one of our providers. It is a problem that I looked at and I said, there's a way to do this. We don't want to not publish the findings of safety violations, right? So if you're not being safe, right, not covering that up. Insurance companies, by the way, have a right to know that. If we're dinging somebody because they don't have paperwork, right, and then their costs for insurance are doubling, which is what they are claiming, that's a problem I believe the state can solve. So with that, I'm sure the bill will need tons of work, but I'm interested to hear what people say, and I'm actually going to go and get a glass of water. So I'll see what's up, and I'll fill out the pink card.
Do we have any more pink cards on this one? 1405, we do. Thank you, Ms. Representative Berry. The next 2 people we have that would like 3 minutes to speak are Melissa Clement and Jesse Davis. You're welcome to come up. There's a rolling chair there if you want to bring it over. Thank you for coming forward. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Clement, and I am the Chief of the Childcare Licensing Unit for the Department of DHHS.
And Jessie Davis, Bureau Chief of Child Development and Head Start Collaboration.
So we fully understand the concerns of the providers regarding this bill. It's come to our attention that insurance companies are using findings that are made by the department in order to either drop insurance or change insurance. And while we completely understand that, at the same time, we have a responsibility to, when we monitor programs that we have to post these online. And in addition to what we post online, Jesse will speak more to the requirements under the Child Care Development Fund regarding that it cannot be a summary. It has to show what we saw during the inspection, what was in compliance and what was not in compliance. So we have shifted our system so that we're not only showing what the citations were, but we're also showing what they were in compliance, because that is a federal requirement. If we move forward with something like this, it would require changes to the systems that we have in place. We put together a fiscal note worksheet that you should have received. I believe you have it. And based on previous assessments, we couldn't get a quote specifically for this one item, but when we've made system changes in the past for similar situations, it could cost as low as $78,000 or as much as $500,000, depending on the amount of changes that we have to make in our system. In addition to that, the impact would be to the Child Care Development Fund, and I'll let Jesse speak.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
there is a federal requirement that we must post both compliance and non-compliance for all monitoring visits. And so for all child care scholarship eligible programs, this would put them out of compliance and again, put the state out of compliance.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Similar question.
McWilliams.
Thank you.
Representative.
Thank you so much, Chair. Similar question. Do you have recommendations for how this could be resolved?
I come to New Hampshire new, and I come from the state of Idaho, and in the state of Idaho, they do allow programs to correct those findings, and then they republish those findings. That could
So, yeah.
potentially be a way to support the childcare community in that
Yeah.
they've corrected the violation.
And our current, as Jesse mentioned, being new, so our current process here is we find a citation, the program writes a corrective action plan, and then the department accepts that corrective action plan and ensures, the items were corrected, and then they're posted online. So that's the process we have currently, and then we go out and monitor again. So the insurance companies can see that there's a 3-year history of what the program has had for citations for the last 3 years.
Thank you for your question. Representative Wallner.
Yes. Could you just talk a minute? I thought I heard you say you do both things that are non-compliant and compliant. So, I would assume that almost all of the reports would be extremely long with everything that's in compliance. So how do you show that on the
Sure. So
report?
I can certainly send the committee a link to our most recent, the current system that we're using, and you'll see that we've grouped like items together. So there's certain what is called domains, such as one will be records, one will be care of children, one is medication. So in each of those domains, it's like a drop down. So there's a little icon that shows what's in compliance and what's not in compliance, and there's a number. So it shows the number of items that were reviewed at the visit and then the number of items that were in compliance as like a quick view. And then we also post what you would normally see as a statement of findings, which just shows the citations and their corrective action plan. But it's all together now. It looks completely different than what you've probably seen in the past.
Could I have a follow-up? I just wondered, when did you start using that system?
It was last summer, so July of 2023 was when we first.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry, can we please have the blue sheet on 1405? Absolutely.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. Thank you, Doreen, manager, for reminding me. When we became aware of this issue with the the insurance companies canceling and changing it, we did reach out to the commissioner of the insurance department, and he did join a meeting at, I don't know if it's Childcare Advisory Council or Early Learning New Hampshire, one of those, so that he could speak directly, so that we can hopefully go from that angle and make sure that the insurance department has a better understanding of our process and what we do, so that this doesn't continue to occur. So we're also working it from that angle as well. And thank you for allowing me to come back.
Sure, thank you for
Sure.
the information. You have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Do you think that this is something that can be resolved just with conversations, or do you think it's something that maybe we would need to pursue from, telling insurance companies, sorry, you can't change?
I mean, that's the conversation that we're having with the commissioner over at the insurance department, is to determine what other avenues that we can take for this so that it doesn't impact childcare providers. It's childcare providers, child daycare, and also child residential providers. All these providers are being hit with insurance costs that are skyrocketing or being canceled. So it's across the board.
Anything further? Seeing no one, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for giving me that additional time.
I do see on the blue sheet 3 people signed up. Some of them did testify. They, on the blue sheet, they did not disclose whether they were pro or con. With that, I'll close the hearing on 1405 and take a 2-minute recess to see if our esteemed chair comes back.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that, y'all. I was just kind of hanging outside drinking a Diet Coke. Okay, so we just did that one bill. No, let me take the slings and arrows on this one. Because this is gonna be the one that's gonna be the contentious one. I'll fill out a card for you. Here's that one. I'll wait for you to recognize me, Madam Chair.
Follow the rules. I'm a rule follower. Okay, I will now open the hearing on House Bill 1407. I will recognize Representative Berry from Hillsborough 39.
Yep. Thank you.
Representative Berry, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Representative Ross Berry. I represent Hillsborough 39, Manchester 689, the fight in South End. It's for all my Manchester people. So what we have here is 1407 is modifies the childcare, the teacher to staff ratios. So I know this is going to be outside of maybe the bill we did earlier this morning. This might be the other super contentious thing that we have a discussion on. We all acknowledge we're in a crisis. We don't need to go over that. There is one thing that the state can do literally today that would increase access and affordability, and that is to allow more children in the classroom. The question for the committee, the question for the state is what detriment is that to quality and safety, right? So instead of doing a wholesale increase, right? So instead of taking 1 to 4 and moving it to 1 to 5, I tried to preemptively find a middle ground that wouldn't cause people to overreact and have an actual honest conversation about this. So let's talk about infant care, since that's actually where the biggest crunch is, right? The reason infant care, by the way, has the biggest crunch in the state is it has the, however you want to look at it, highest or lowest ratio. It's technically the highest, but mathematically it's the highest, but we would refer to as the lowest ratio of a four infants, 4 children under the age of 1 to 1 teacher in the classroom. No child care center can make a profit off of that. That is entirely a break-even venture. The only way to make a profit off the average infant care, I think it's north of $300 a week at this point. You're talking about $15,000 a year per infant, right? It is the most expensive part of the child care cycle. So I've been in the infant room. It's the toughest, definitely, by the way, I think it's the toughest room. They say the 2-year-old's the toughest, but I actually think the infants are the toughest because they're either all asleep or they're all needy at once. And when the infant needs attention, the infant needs attention. So the issue is I didn't take it from 1 to 5. I'm not saying we're going to just increase it 20% on 1 teacher. That's a lot. 5 infants to 1 teacher is a lot. By the way, some states do that. I don't know if it's appropriate for New Hampshire to do that. So what I said was, if there's a second teacher in the room, instead of having a 2 to 8 ratio, you can go to 2 to 9, right? So instead of a 20%, a 25% increase, we're talking about a 12.5% increase. The things I don't like about this, I don't like that it's not going to apply to every childcare center, right? If your room is not licensed to hold over 8, right? It doesn't matter that your ratio is 2 to 9 now. If the fire code says you can't have more than 8 in that room, it doesn't matter that your ratio says 2 to 9 now. But the question, and I hope the committee and I hope those in presence will have an honest conversation about, is we talk about the ways to provide increased access, increased affordability. And the answer is always the same, from people. It's like, let's throw more money at the problem and see if it goes away. And we just had a long conversation about that. Obviously, I'm open to that conversation. In my heart of hearts, I don't believe it solves the long-term problems. The way to create relief today is to take the existing spaces that we have where we can safely do it and expand it today. That's the way to fix it today, right? That doesn't mean, by the way, the problem goes away. It's a relief valve. But it's something that we need to have an open and honest conversation about, and it's something that I hope that we don't just, the cackles go up and we say no. In case you're wondering where I got this idea from, I guess you got the idea from Massachusetts. Massachusetts, to their credit, they start with a lower ratio to begin with, so they start at 1 to 3, and then when they get that second child, they go to basically 2 to 7. So the idea came from them. We started up higher with them to begin with, but I knew that just adding 1 to everyone would pretty much be a non-starter. Quite honestly, I don't even know if it would be practical. I don't even know if, as a business owner, I would put, even if I could, I don't think I would put 5 infants on 1 teacher. I don't think I would do that to my staff. But a lot of these centers already do what's called over-enrolling, right? So if their room's licensed to 8, they'll enroll to 9, basically crossing their fingers that one kid won't show up that day. It's a very common practice. They'll bump a kid up, they'll bump a kid down, right? They'll make it work. It's hard on infants because you can't bump them down, right? There's just the floor, right? You can't be younger than 6 weeks. That happens on a 1-year-old room, a 2-year-old room and older. You can move them up and down a little bit, provided everything's safe. Mom and dad knows. Your ratio is based on your average age. So there's ways in those older rooms, but in the infant room specifically, you're talking about, when you start doing the math, right? People are not making money in the room. This is not going to make infant rooms suddenly super profitable. But what I will hope it will do is people that are looking at their childcare center, hope that it will encourage them to expand that if it's an opportunity. And we just need to have a good faith conversation about, is that 2 to 9 ratio, right? Is that significantly worse than 2 to 8? Right? Because once again, we are not talking about 1 to 4 going to 1 to 5. We're talking about 2 to 8 going to 2 to 9. And with that, I'm happy to take the questions.
Thank you for accepting questions, Representative.
Thank you. So I learn things every day in this role, but my children attended a daycare, and I think that they over-enrolled because they were bumping my children into the one's room sometime. They spent a day. So now I know what happened. But so I like this bill, and I just wanted to clarify that nothing will require a childcare provider to even change their ratios. They just can if they're willing and they have the staff and they think they can take on whether it be for space or fire code. This is something that allows them to accept another child. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, correct. So none of the other regulations change, right? If the room is not, because it's basically like 40 square foot per child, excuse me. None of that changes, right? If your room can only hold 8, you don't get to magically hold 9 now. If your room, so like my infant room is, I believe it's licensed up to 11. We will never go to 11 because I need to get to 12, right? I need to get to 12 to break even, right? So like I have this 3-child extra capacity in my center. I'll never use it. Right. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not advocating for that. This change only allows for that first bump up. So it's not like you can start like putting in, I've got like 6 teachers in and now I can go +7. It's +1 teacher, +1 student, one time cut off. And to that point, I'll reiterate, if every childcare center in the state had a capacity to go to 9 in a room, we would be immediately increasing the access. If every childcare center enrolled in this process, we would immediately be increasing the access 12.5% for infant care. And market economics will tell you, right, as you increase supply, right, price comes down, right? Because we know the demand's there. We don't have to worry about the demand. We know the demand's there. But as you increase supply, price will come down. And the question we have to have, go back to it, and we have to have a good faith conversation is this safe? To what level is it going to affect quality? I'm not going to sit up here and tell you there will be no quality difference between 8 and 9. Of course there will be a quality diminish. Of course there will be, right? The question is what is the trade-off of that? What level of quality is diminished? I personally don't believe it's very much, but it'll be something. Versus what is the cost of having that parent not in the workforce or having that child at home? We do know that a child is more likely to get into an accident at home than they are in a childcare center. That's a fact, right? So these are things that the committee needs to have an honest conversation about. And I obviously I'm for it. I sponsored it, but I really want to emphasize, like, I hope that there's not the this is gonna kids are gonna be in trouble. Blah, blah, blah. Like let's not have that. Let's not have the hysteria. Let's just have an actual conversation about specifically for infant care. Now this is all levels, but specifically for infant care. Is that 12.5 increase with that second teacher in the room, that second hand available to you, is that having that extra child in there with them, is that going to diminish the care versus is it worth it to have whatever that diminished care is it worth it to have that 12.5% expansion of that access?
Follow up.
This may be standard RSA stuff, but this act shall take effect 60 days after its passage. I love the immediacy of this as a solution. Is it possible to have it take effect immediately after the governor presumably signs it into law, or is that not possible?
That's a question for exec. I would say yes. We kind of 60 days is standard stock language. I will say something to point out, the ratios are not currently in statute. The ratios are currently in rule. So what I did was for those who've ever followed me, I'm a big fan of the legislator taking back the rulemaking authority. I know that I'm a big fan of that. I think it's actually our job to do that as much as possible. So what I did was I took the existing rules and I just basically take our power back and codify it, because we give DHHS the power to make rules, but ultimately we are the deciders of what happens. And I got into a very heated argument about that with Representative Hill the other day, about we do actually get to make the rules.
Thank you, Representative Phillips. Good questions. Good question from you too, I'm sure, Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This actually is a little bit similar to a question that Representative Phillips asked earlier. Would it make sense to sunset this change if we get to a point where with this and all of the other changes that we're making to enhance childcare availability and spots and everything, so that it's not such a emergency? Could we go back in 5 years or revisit this?
So I'm totally open to that, and I actually thought about putting it in there to begin with, because it is something that would normally fall under the rulemaking authority. But so I'm totally open to that. I would even be open to some trigger, right? If and we can really get into the weeds on it, but if there's some survey that is conducted, because they conduct regular childcare surveys. If there's some survey that conducted and it shows that there's X number of openings, then this law shall sunset immediately or something like that. I'm totally open to it. I'm totally open to it.
Thank you, Representative Page, and then back to you, Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm curious if you talk directly to providers who want this increase. One of the things, so I've seen two different surveys at this point looking at this issue, and in both cases it was clear that a majority of providers do not want this change, but also that there's like 30% or so of providers who are interested. Something that's interesting to me is I haven't heard the voices of that 30% directly. And I don't know if that's because they know they're in the minority and they don't feel comfortable speaking up about it. Yeah. But I'm wondering if you as the sponsor have heard directly from those providers about why they want this change, about the impact on quality. Because if we're contemplating this, I really want to understand what that minority of providers is hoping to achieve and how they think that they can do this without a meaningful compromise on quality that will be a detriment to our kids in care.
Yeah, so I definitely have spoken to providers who want the ratios increased. There's some providers that want no ratios. They're like, we ain't gonna get there. So let's not be silly. But I think when it comes to the quality, I will say as a provider myself, a conversation I've had with other providers, the largest concern, I'm not overly concerned about the diminished quality of the child. I'm worried about the staff. So I pulled my staff in the child care room. I said, hey, what would you think if I tossed a ninth kid in here? And they're like, okay. I was like, what do you think if I tossed a ninth kid in here and I paid you $2 an hour more? Oh, yes, yeah, bring the ninth kid in. So it's I think you have to let my greatest concern is that employer-employee relationship, right? I really view my employee, I try to treat them like really well. Like it's been literally a part of my business model. I've talked about it here. My business model is very high retention, treat my employees very well, right? Way easier, like replacing good employees. It costs me like thousands of dollars to do that. I don't even want to do it. It's just, I want them to stay forever. I know they won't, but I want them to stay forever. So my largest concern would be a employer that opts into this would need to be very wary of what sort of burden are they placing on the actual childcare employee. I would go back to, they don't have to do it, right? When I asked, once again, I'll go back to when I asked my center, when I asked my teachers, they were like, they weren't really hot on the ninth kid. When I said I'd pay them more money, they were like, absolutely, bring them on in. So, I think that's a conversation that employers need to have. Giving my staff in that room a $2 raise and then adding in another kid would allow me to actually lower the overall cost for the rest of the parents. And everybody would win. The cost for the parents would go down. I would make more money. My employees would make more money. Everybody's happy across the board. But that's a decision that I would make as a business owner. The decision that we have to make as a state is it safe and to what level is it diminished quality? Personally, I believe it is safe. Obviously, if I thought it was unsafe, I wouldn't even propose the idea. I think to your point about why more people don't speak up about it is it takes a level of bravery to say, hey, I think we can put more kids in this classroom because of the blowback you're going to get. Because you can see the accusations that are going to get pointed. Oh, you don't care about the kids. You just want to make money, right? No small business owner wants to raise their hand and have that conversation. But I assure you it exists, and I assure you looking at the overall market as a whole, I'll go back to, if you want to create a relief valve, the largest relief valve that you can create for the existing problems that we have in childcare, right, is this. It's the largest release valve because it's increased revenue, right, without increasing costs. It is the only thing that you can do, right, across the board. And we just have to have once again, I go back to an honest conversation about, is it safe? Is the diminished, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that the care is going to be the same. Is the amount that the care will go down, right, is the divided attention that it'll go down, Is it worth the increase in access and affordability? Personally, I believe yes.
Representative Phillips?
Thank you again. Is there a state that you're modeling these ratios after? I know that Massachusetts, you mentioned earlier, is actually more conservative, and I'll never say that again, in their ratios. So they do 3 to 1. So
Yeah.
is there another state that's doing this at this level or
So,
more?
there are states that have higher ratios than this. There are states that historically we have not modeled ourselves after. You know, I think Mississippi's in there. You know, I looked at it. I kind of looked at like where we were, where the state was, and you know, we are on probably kind of already. I wouldn't say we're on the high end, but we're probably above 50%. Once again, it's a question of do we keep going up, right, to allow more kids in, because we know that there's nothing else that we're going to be able to do today that would actually increase access. But no, we're not like I wouldn't. I think I want to say there was one state that had like 1 to 6, and I was like jaw dropped on that. I'm like, that's insane. But it's, you know, I would never. I couldn't see a world in which we would go to 1 to 6. I wouldn't even recommend going to 1 to 5 standalone teacher. But I do think 2 to 9 is acceptable. Because as I said earlier, when the infants, when they all, for some reason they all go together, like they're all asleep together, or they're all awake together doing what the infants do. So it is a very stressful room. It's a very loud room. It takes a special teacher to go into that room every day. You are dealing in literal human feces on a daily. I mean, you're doing all the things a mom does times 4 for 8 hours straight. God bless those people. God bless them.
Any further questions? Representative Wallner?
Yes. So I'm looking at the bill, and all of these ratios only deal with children under 3 years old. So we're not, you didn't look at the preschool ratios.
Correct. I did not. And the
School
reason,
age.
what reason being, once again, I know this is already a big pill to swallow. From my conversations and our hearings, there is not as big of a need in those higher rooms. Those rooms already have 12 to 1 ratios, right? Once you get up there, you have more access. You definitely have more affordability. I didn't believe it was necessary. If you wanted to go all the way up, trust me, the conservative in me would agree to that. But I tried to instead of trying to start the bill all the way to the right and work to the middle, I just said, I'm going to come with what I think is the actual middle right off the bat. Because I don't, somebody will probably say I'm wrong. I just don't believe we need to change the ratios for the older kids right now, because I just don't see the level of crisis there that I do for the under 3s.
Can I have a follow-up? So I guess I'm reading the bill, and I think section 3, I'm wondering if it is incorrect or if this really what you meant.
Probably not.
The ratio now is 1 teacher for every 6 children, and I assumed you were doing multiples of 2. You would add 1.
Yeah.
So next on B, it's 1 associate teacher, 1 assistant, with up to 12. Did you really mean 13 there?
Probably did. Once again, it wasn't my focus. I was focused down below. So yeah, if we want to fix it, or we want to.
Well, I just wondered if it was correct.
I'm totally down to fix it. Once again, my focus really is, and I've spent the most book with testimony. My focus is that infant room, because that's where the biggest burden is. So it would not surprise me if after 1 year old there were errors, because my focus is, I'm like laser beamed on that infant room.
I have one more question.
Certainly.
I was wondering how, and maybe there's someone in the audience who will come later and who will testify to this. How does this fit with the fire life safety codes?
Yep. So as I said in the testimony, like this can't override the fire safety codes, right? How it fits in, I don't know, but it can't override it. I said that in the testimony, and we've had that conversation before about we can't, just because DHHS or I guess now the law would say you can have 9 in there. If the fire code says 8, guess what? It's 8. Like that's just what it is.
So we haven't checked this
No.
proposed law against what the fire codes now say?
No, I've dealt with I've had my fill of the fire code with this committee. I'm sure we'd have to look at it at some point, but my intention is not to override the fire code.
Okay. Thank you.
Because that's, once again, it's a safety conversation that I'm really trying to stay as far away from that as possible, because that would be the quick death of this,
Thank you.
for obvious reasons.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Barry. The next card I have is for Lynn Willette. She's representing herself.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony. So, although I don't disagree with Representative Berry that it would give us a little more economic impact as a director, my infants don't eat, sleep, and eat at the same time. They're up all day long. My office is directly located next to there. I can't tell you that I don't have a baby in my lap and no picture on a Zoom meeting because I'm feeding someone or helping out, because it's a constant flow in that room. And although the economic impact might be helpful, I just don't see putting that extra stress on a staff that are already stressed out. They're already working 8, 9 hours a day. I don't over-enroll. I don't over-enroll for a reason, because my children need consistency. If I'm popping a 1-year-old into the 2-year-old room because they're age appropriate, but because I'm over-enrolled in my 1-year-old room, that's not fair to that child. And it's not fair to that family because they're never getting settled with a teacher. And the same with babies. Babies need consistent caregivers. And the more you add to a classroom, the harder it is on the people in that classroom. And I mean, I'm in ratio. I have an 8 to 2. So I have 8 babies, 2 teachers. And there are multiple times that I am that third set of hands to help out, because they don't all eat and sleep at the same time. They do what they want to do when they want to do it, and they're as cute as can be, but they're in charge and we are not. And kind of the same with my 1s and 2s, even though there's a little bit more schedule, I can't imagine asking my teachers to take 1 more child, even if it was $2. I just can't imagine asking them. And I do think it will. Is it going to be a big factor in the quality? No, but it is going to have some impact, and our kids deserve to have the highest quality they possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So do you agree that, would you agree that in this bill, it doesn't say that a childcare facility has to increase to those ratios, but in some cases, some facilities might want to?
So I think that we have to look at it as what's best for all children,
Thank you.
not what's best for us as the adults. Thank you.
Have any more pink cards? Does anybody here have any questions? We have the blue sheet, please. Representative Wallner.
The licensing people are here. They probably don't have an opinion on the bill or want to voice one, but I do want to know how this fits with the fire safety codes and the life safety codes.
Hello, Melissa
Thank you
Clement.
for coming forward, Melissa.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Representative Wallner, for the question, but that's a question for the State Fire Marshal's office. I am not prepared to answer for them because it's the State Fire Code. So, thank you.
Is there anyone here from the fire? No. They're watching.
They're watching. Okay.
So they may.
As an architect who deals with the same kind of square footage limitations, Rep. Berry's testimony was accurate that if you have a room that the square footage is acceptable for 11 children, but you only have the staff to do a certain number, you cannot exceed the square footage and that would trump this legislation. So if you're only allowed to have, say, 7 children in the room, then you may, by this legislation, be allowed to have 9 with the 2 adults, but you can still only have 7 because the square footage doesn't meet that. Okay.
Just one clarification, Representative McWilliams. In addition to the square footage for state fire codes, I do know they also have what they call client to staff ratios. So they also have a ratio in their fire code related to children and staff. It's not just the square footage, but I'll let them speak to the specificities.
Just for clarification, this bill in no way will compete with those fire codes. So you have a further question?
Oh, I just was going to say to the fire code people who are out there listening, could they please provide those to us? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I apologize that they cannot answer you directly, but I'm sure we will hear some information from them. They're very dedicated. Thank you. Any further questions? Turn this thing back on. I do have the blue sheet. There are 6 people signed up on the blue sheet. 5 of them are con, and 1 did not disclose. So thank you all. And with that, I will close the hearing on House Bill 1407. And if Chair Berry is in the hallway, can he duck his head in and let us know when we should reconvene? How much time would you like for lunch, Representative Berry?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. What time is it right now? It's 12:40.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's pick this back up. Let's pick this back up at 1:30. And then English. I keep trying to want to call you Rebecca. It's very rude. Representative McWilliams, were you able to submit that to OLS?
Thank you, Chair Berry. Everyone present in this committee room was copied on the email to OLS.
Okay.
I've asked for it by 2 o'clock. That may be a miracle for
We'll
them,
see.
but if we're running late, maybe that's okay.
All right, so we'll see everybody back at 1:30. Thank you. Geez, yeah, this is a fun one. This is a fun one. I think this is just straight up me. Yep. Okay. And the vice chair's gone. Chairman, because I am the sole sponsor of this bill, so I have to introduce it. So I don't have anyone I can hand the chair off to right now. So there she is. Okay, she's back. All right. All right.
I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 1409, and I'll call on Representative Ross Berry from Hillsborough 39 to, excuse me, to bring his bill to order.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Representative Ross Berry, represent Manchester's Ward 689, the fighting South End, as I like to say. I'm here to introduce HB 1409. So let me talk about the intent of the bill, because I'm sure if we decide to move forward with it at all, it'll be modified probably dramatically. But my intent of the bill is to further involve and further codify the Child Care Advisory Committee into DHHS's rulemaking process. So the intention of this is obvious, right? The Child Care Committee is composed of major stakeholders inside of the child care industry, and having them be a integral part of this, it just seems logical, right? So there's going to be some things that probably will be said. They're going to reference a court case from 1981 that says that the legislator cannot dictate rulemakings. The legislator cannot control the executive branch's rulemaking authority when the legislature gives away the rulemaking authority. It's a deeply flawed decision from over 40 years ago that will likely be overturned the moment any of us want to challenge it. As I said earlier, we are the legislator. We control these things. When we give away rulemaking authority, we are well within our rights to control how that is given away. To say otherwise is actually a deeply flawed way of thinking. So I didn't really I spoke offhandedly with the Child Care Advisory Committee about this. I wouldn't say they signed off on it. I just said, hey, what if I submitted this? And they kind of went, well, yeah, we'll talk about it. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to submit it. So basically, if the DHHS proposes new rules, the Child Care oh, I'm sorry, we're on the wrong bill. Geez, I'm on the wrong one. Am I? No. I'm on the right bill. Sorry. I'm like so out of it right now. I can't do these things after lunch. I did. The problem is I didn't. There we go. I've taken it. So this is the. I'm talking about. I am talking about something differently. No, I am. I'm on the rules making. God, I am so out of it, y'all. For the record, I did 9 hours in election law yesterday, so my brain is really gone. No, so we are talking. If they can look at this, they can look at basically the rulemaking, the rules that are proposed, and they can say yes, no, before it moves on. I do think, currently the legislator doesn't have the ability to say no. This is not giving the legislator that ability, which was my step around the 1981 decision. But I do think we have this legislative enacted body that is composed of stakeholders, childcare center owners, people that have been in the industry for a very long time, people with deep knowledge. And I think having them be a part of proposed rulemaking, not to say that DHHS doesn't already consult them. I know that DHH does consult with them. I know that DHHS does talk to them. I'm not saying that line of communication doesn't already exist, but what I would like to see is that Child Care Advisory Committee to have some teeth to it. So if they are really adamantly against something that DHHS is proposing, they can be like, no, we're not going to do that. It's bad for the industry. It's bad for, the quality or whatever reason they want to do it. That committee is comprised of people. I imagine they probably get along with DHHS most of the time, but I do think it's important that the providers, the childcare center owners, the people inside the industry have a deeper understanding of what's going into this. Something we need to take a look at is I know that DHHS is in the middle of a rewrite of all of the rules. I don't know where they are in that process. I imagine they're probably getting near the end of it. One of the things that they had talked about that they were doing was basically streamlining it to make the rules more understandable. And I think one of the things, they'll probably talk to it about it, I think one of the things they were doing was separating it out by license type. So if you were opening up an at-home center, you were only looking at the at-home center rules and not the rules for the different license types. So those sort of things. I think we would probably need to delay the enactment because I think DHHS does need to finish that work. And I know they are working with the Child Care Advisory Committee on that. So I don't want to interrupt that process. But after that process is done, I would like to see formal codification of the industry being involved in the rulemaking process from the legislator. So with that, happy to take any questions. Like I said, I know this thing will need work if we even decide to go forward with it. I myself am not dead set on it. But definitely a conversation I think worth having.
Will you take questions?
Oh, yeah.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So reading the bill and listening to your testimony, I'm seeing a little bit of a disconnect, and maybe it's a misunderstanding in reading it, but what I am hearing you say is having the council have input into the promulgation of new rules. Yeah. Right? Whereas what I'm reading in the bill is that it's a role in the appeal process.
Yeah, I am sorry. It is the first bill that I was thinking of and not the second. I apologize about that. No, this is the one I thought I was on. So this is the one about the appeals process for when there's a finding of violation. Which is another thing that we have to have a conversation of. So right now, if you're found in violation, sorry, I got like 5 childcare bills. Yeah. If you're found in violation, You can appeal to DHHS. You can get an administrative rules hearing. They have a process outlined for that in RSA. But you really are just kind of at the mercy of the bureaucracy. So this would put you into the mercy of the Child Care Advisory Committee if they wanted it. My guess is they may or may not want it. But I think it's worth, if you have a violation and you want to appeal to, if your licensor finds you in violation and you appeal to the licensor's supervisor, right, and then you appeal to the director, right, you haven't really ever gone into a new third party to kind of, I don't want to say arbitrate, but let's say get a second opinion, right? They can say what they want, but they're probably going to be predisposed to reinforcing the finding. This would put it in front of the Child Care Advisory Committee if you wanted to appeal it. It's a way, kind of talking about earlier, I want to make it to where the industry is more self-regulating. And that's what this is.
Follow up. So thank you for that clarification. So as you envision the council's role here, the way I'm reading this is that there is review and presentation of recommendations, but we're not giving any kind of decision-making authority in the appeals process, correct? So it's more just another voice at the table. Is that?
Yeah, that's where we're headed to. I want like I said, I know the bill is not done, but I want a third party involved in this process when there is a finding, if they decide to contest the findings. And there's times when you want to contest the findings. There's times you say, yeah, I messed up, and you moved on. But there are times when I think I can give you an example. Like, they accused me of not having background checks done. We had done all the background checks. They just weren't linked on the NH Connections website. Well, the findings said we hadn't done background checks. But we had done background checks. Everybody had their cards, right? So that would be an example of, hey, we had the background checks. Everybody's fine. They're just not connected on the website. So the finding there doesn't match the public stated finding doesn't match what actually happened. So in these sort of situations, we need to have a third party in there to say, hey, like, what's actually going on here? Because you really don't have if you are caught in a finding, you don't really have you can't really get outside of the DHHS framework to help you.
Representative McWilliams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Berry, for bringing forward this bill. I would say that this is probably the most important issue that was discussed when we did a study on the business of childcare and impediments to succeeding in the business of childcare. I suppose this is a would you believe, but would you believe that the Board of Realtors has a really interesting arbitration process for analyzing how things are dealt with internally and getting a second opinion, so that it's not just one department as judge, jury, and executioner, which was a direct quote from some of the testimony we heard about 5 years ago from childcare businesses who really felt like they were being singled out and accused of things that were not necessarily based on the facts, and also perhaps being singled out and continued to be singled out in repeat alleged violations that turned into perhaps losing their business.
I would definitely believe that, and I hadn't even thought to look at how the realtors would do it as a potential framework. Obviously, this thing is not done. Just one of those. I'm a big fan of amendments, so because if you can get an amendment passed, you can usually get a bill passed. So it definitely would be something that I would love to look into to see if there's already a pre-established framework. The other thing we need to do is figure out if the Child Care Advisory Council even wants this duty. They may say no to it. It's very possible, and then we have to go figure out something else if we want to do something. But I do think there needs to be a third party involved here. The Child Care Advisory Council is just the immediate, obvious choice, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they want to be the choice. So they might say absolutely not. We don't want to do that. Totally their business.
Any further questions for the representative? Thank you, Representative Berry.
And
Good job.
I look forward to not getting my bills confused when we do the rules one. That'll be a fun one
I'm
too.
sure you'll do better.
I'll advocate
just
on that one
after
as well.
lunch.
I'll be outside.
Okay. While we're mentioning lunch, I just want to make an announcement. It's probably going to be easier this afternoon since we've hopefully all had lunch already, but According to house rules, you're not to have anything to eat or drink other than water while in this room. So if you need to eat, and a lot of people do, please step out of the room. If you need to drink anything other than water, please step out of the room. And hopefully we won't get into any trouble. So I thank you for that. And the next person that has asked to be able to be heard is Marianne Barter. And you've asked for 2 minutes. There you go. Thank you.
Certainly. Hi, I'm Marianne Barter. I'm the chair of the New Hampshire Childcare Advisory Council. And certainly we exist to serve. So if we're asked to fill this role, we can. But I hope that the committee thinks about our capacity. Right now, the Child Care Advisory Council has 1 paid staff member, and we're entirely volunteers otherwise. So we really don't have the capacity to take on something that has the chance of being as large as this. One thing we could do is work with childcare licensing to create a peer review group and to facilitate that process. And that feels like something, as Representative McWilliams mentioned, that the field would be interested in, that they feel strongly about, and a way to work with our DHHS partners to make sure everything is done in a systemic way that can give it the true gravitas that it needs. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
The next people I'd like to call forward is Melissa Clement and Danielle Borsois. Come on up and have a seat.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Melissa Clement. I'm the chief of the Child Care Licensing Unit. After listening to Representative Barry's testimony, we don't feel we need our legal counsel. It was our legal counsel who's going to come up because based on what we saw in the bill, we thought that the intent was to have another process after when we revoked a license, find a program, so something, and we already have a very robust appeals process. So it sounds more like what he is looking for is what we call after our informal dispute resolution process. So what that means is we've cited a program for a citation, the program receives it, does not feel that they were actually in violation of that rule, so then they appeal it to our office. We have what's called an informal dispute resolution process, which we then get decided. And then after that, I believe what he's trying to propose is once we've made our decision, that there's another outside entity that will then review our decision and the facts and make another determination and bring that forth to the department. And we are in favor of that. We have been working with the Child Care Advisory Council on revising our rules, and we have already started the conversations of what is called an independent informal dispute resolution process, which we are proposing to put in rule this when we're revising our rules now. And we will be modeling it after what happens in the adult licensing of facilities. So they have a process that comes to them from the federal government, but we have an internal state process that we're going to model it on. So we are in the process of doing that, and the rules will be completed this year. So we plan to move forward. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Representative Creason?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious. So, in this process that you're in the process of developing, who are the sort of outside folks that you're looking to get involved in this?
We're already in the middle of it. So the Child Care Advisory Council actually worked with us to create a group of child care providers. So they're across the state. They're all across different types of child care programs. So they've all been part of this process as we're going through and revising the rules.
Great. Follow up. Thank you. So with that in mind, are you saying that you feel like there's not a need to put this into statute because there's something already happening? Or
yes,
okay,
that would
just to make sure I have that.
I believe that would be that would be my recommendation because we are doing it. Thank you for the question.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And my final pink card is Jacqueline Cowell. Come on up.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. Our organization has 2 voting seats on the legislatively enacted Child Care Advisory Council. And I basically ditto what Marianne Barter, the chair, and Melissa Clement said. The only thing I would just sort of share in terms of I've been in this field for a long time, and sometimes the Child Care Advisory Council is listened to and is actually a real genuine advisor, and sometimes they're not. You know, depending on who's who and who's where. And so I just think, I love the fact that, with Chief Melissa Clement and Chair Marianne Barter, they've got a great, strong relationship so that, they're seating, they're seating the panel that's working on the rules and reaching out directly to the field to do that. But there have been times where it's been really tough. So I'm just thinking if there is going to be a peer review board or something like that, like I think Board of Nursing has something like that, which the field does definitely, as Representative McWilliams says, is very eager to have some kind of a peer review panel of some sort. I do think it's a good idea, not for the Child Care Advisory Council to be the panel, but to help seat that panel. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing representatives.
Thank you. Would you echo the recommendation of the previous speaker that this is not needed in statute and that we can deal with this strictly through rulemaking?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further pink cards, I will now close the hearing on House Bill 1409. If Representative Berry is out in the hallway and would like to come on in. Yeah. 1409 blue sheet, please. Do you need time?
No, just trying to do that whole, like,
Yeah.
3 things at once life. I don't have any more bills, just thank God. All right, and we're back.
According to the blue sheet on House Bill 1409, the 4 people signed up with not disclosing pro or con.
All right, so that was okay. So
Thank
that
you.
was 1409, right? See if I can keep my bill numbers right this time. All right, 1567. All right, so I'm going to open up. It's 1:30. Just checking. Yep. Going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1567 FN relative to zoning provisions concerning family and group family child care uses. Representative Grass is already up there. Is that what you were saying about making that joke? My committee's running behind. I mean, we are.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
We are.
I'm supposed to be in executive session upstairs. So
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. We will get you.
Important.
We will get you going. I apologize. We'll get you going. Thank you. Welcome to the Special Committee on Child Care, Representative.
Thank you. I'm for the record, I'm Representative Chuck Grassi from Rochester, Stratford 8. And I'm here to introduce a bill, basically House Bill 1567, which is relative to zoning provisions concerning family and group child family care uses. First, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard all the information, but back in 2004, there was actually a study. And this is 2004. Remember this, dollars and cents wise. And this was just for the Central New Hampshire district that said childcare enables parents to collect wages of $156 million annually, just the Central New Hampshire, in Central New Hampshire regional planning districts. Can't give you the towns that they were. But the thing is, this is a study that's available. It did take me a little work to get the executive summary on it. A friend of mine actually did this study when she worked with the department for that planning agency that pointed out the value of childcare to the state of New Hampshire. Over the last couple of years, I've had the working with folks or being at social events with childcare workers, because my wife happens to be a childcare worker. And I always ran into this problem of people saying, you know, we're having problems locating our childcare in a community, a specific community. And it was everywhere in the state of New Hampshire. And I said, well, I think I may know what the problem is. As a planner back in the late 80s, I also was involved with zoning changes and site review and subdivision changes. And one of the things is at the time we were saying, how do we deal with childcare? I says, well, easy solution. Let's make them home occupations. Big mistake. Because as soon as we make them home occupations, now they're subjected to the regulations of hours of operation, outdoor storage of equipment, parking requirements. When neighbors come in and start complaining about what type of fence you need, a lot of this stuff is dealt with in HHS regulations already for certified childcare centers. So what I'm seeing here is that people are not locating because they're having problems of paying $1,000 to have a surveyor survey their property to meet the requirements of a local site review. Having a lawyer having to attend a meeting to present their case for them before a local planning board. Or the requirements that a planning board can put through site review can be quite onerous. One of the things that I know the legislature did in the past is they said that you couldn't zone childcare out. They didn't say anything about site review. And that seems to be where the problem was. When I submitted this bill, and originally I had put it under RSA 672(1), and I found out after I had somebody review it, they said, Ben Frost, you probably know Ben, he's an old friend of mine from my planning years as well, and he said, you know something, the zoning provision that we have in the RSAs is in an aspirational section of the RSA, so really it has very little enforcement authority. You need to put it in the implementation section. And that's why under 674.16 is where we ended up doing this. And what I did is we got sort of like belts and suspenders here. Not only is both the zoning, which was previously passed by the legislature, but my provision to exempt small childcare facilities from site review are both in 672, the aspirational section, and 674, the implementation section, so that when a childcare wants to open, they will not have to go before a planning board and spend what could be thousands of dollars. And what happens in most cases is they just don't go. They end up operating without a license in many cases. And you'll see many communities, you'll say there are no family childcare or group family childcares in this community. There may be, they're just not licensed. And that's the problem that we have. We want to make sure our licensing provides for safe and affordable childcare. One of the things, my son happens to be the director of the National Guard's Family Support Services here in New Hampshire. And one of the things, they're looking for National Guard, they're looking for childcare for their National Guard people who have weekend duty or the 2-week duty, whatever. And the thing is that they need to be licensed. And this is one of the problems we're having. He cannot contract with a non-licensed childcare. Also, they need weekends. Larger childcare centers don't work on weekends. In fact, they don't work after 6 o'clock in most cases. It's difficult to find childcare on weekends and after certain hours. Family childcare and group family childcare are the only places that can happen, and that's the only cases it provide. We had a family childcare at my house. We used to take a lot of the nurses from the local hospital, and many times we had the nurse saying, I'm going into a surgery, it's probably going to be difficult, I don't know what time I'm going to get out. You can't call a center and say that. But you can call a family childcare or a group family child. You can call them, and they will provide the services for you. They will provide weekend services. They will provide overnight services for you. We don't have that available to us in many cases right now because they're not being driven out by zoning, but they're being driven about excessive cost and requirements that site review has. Now, this bill does not deal with building inspectors or fire inspectors. Those people are still going to exist, and they're still going to be a pain in the butt to most childcare workers. Most childcare centers. Can I not say that? No.
You can say that again and again. And if you want to say it louder, turn the volume.
I know, but and the thing is they're still there. This is just the first step. If we need to deal with other things, we'll work on that next. But let's see if we can get to make childcare truly affordable, and to allow people to open up that want to open up centers in communities where there is a need. You folks all, I'm speaking to the choir when I say there is a need out there. We all know that. And we all know what the financial implications are of not having adequate childcare, safe, licensed childcare in the state of New Hampshire. And I have a number of people that will be speaking here that have childcare centers here in the state of New Hampshire and talking about it. And most of you already know these issues. This is just one step. I was with Mary Jane, and when she said, how are we going to deal with this problem? I says, we'll just eliminate site review provisions. She said, that'll never happen. And when I got Representative Barry as a co-sponsor, I said, yes, it will happen. I'll be
Okay.
happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, perfect. Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, and please give my best to your wife, Ann. It was a pleasure serving with her on children and family law.
I certainly will. Thank you. If she doesn't yell at me after watching this. So.
No, I'm sure she won't.
Further questions? I apologize. I thought you were just being nice. Please ask your question. I'm so sorry. It was so rude of me.
No, you're okay. I'll forgive you. I'm in a forgiving mood right now. Anyway, my question to you is, can you explain the difference between the permitting process and the licensing process? Because they're two different animals.
Right. Well, I'm not sure what you mean. I know the permitting process from a planning board.
Yes.
And as a town planner. I'm not sure about the licensing process. I know there are a number of regulations. There are people here that can speak on that. And that licensing has a lot of the requirements that most planning boards would be already looking at, such as how much land area you have to have. And everything. When you come into a planning board, you say, I want to open up a childcare. I'm going to have 6 kids. I want to open up a childcare in my community. What happens is that you fill out all these forms. You have to provide plans of your building and the area that you're going to use. You have to take a look at their regulations, and sometimes they're going to ask you, what are your hours of operations? Because the neighbors are going to complain if you're operating overnight. I don't know what having maybe 2 kids that end up spending the night because a mother is working is going to be a problem. I mean, if the Brady Bunch were living in that house, it would be much more of a problem than having 2 kids that spend the night with you, where you may have 2 of your own. But they're going to ask you those questions. They're going to say that there are regulations. You can't have any outside storage of equipment. That's anomalous. So in other words, that swing set that you put up, you have to take down every night. These are just some of the things they can do. They're going to require that if you have a non-relative employee, you're going to have parking. You may have to have so many parking spaces per the number of kids you have. I don't know what their regulations could be, but it's nebulous what they could have for requirements in their zoning and site review regulations. And what this does is they're already exempt, childcare is already exempt from zoning. Now there's the site review. To continue on with the questions you ask, they will be required to come to a meeting. They will possibly ask to provide a site plan, which means they have to get a survey done of their property. And heaven forbid they have wetlands on that property that could be further out back, and they may have to actually get a wetland scientist to identify those wetlands. That may be well off where the play area is going to be, but that's what the rules require. Now, that could be thousands of dollars right there. Then they've got all their neighbors get notified that they're going to have 6 kids at their house during the day, or maybe even on a Saturday or a Sunday. And the thing is that all those neighbors come in and start complaining about, what about all that parking that's going to happen? They're going to jam up the streets with parking for these 6 kids. It's going to be impossible. It's going to be like going down to the local school where there are 50 cars lined up in front of the house. I'm surprised nobody said you have to have 1 parking space per child on your property. But, these are the requirements that they go through. And then when you get that, now the person's already said, okay, well, my neighbors hate me. Probably the best thing is to not open this childcare or move. And then, so they don't apply. They drop out of the process. And what happens is that they will probably 6 months later open without being certified, without getting certification from the state, and without the knowledge of the local planning board or the town. And then maybe somebody will complain because they see 3 extra kids in there, and the situation is they're my friend's kids. They're over to play with. It's a play date. It's not a childcare. You put them into situations like that, which are totally. We shouldn't be doing that. And when you're taking a look at family childcare and group family childcare, we looked at the regulations when we were going through this, and I talked with the people in the field, and they said those are the 2 that we're really concerned about, mostly because of the flexibility that they have. Somebody has a big piece of land. They may have a barn that they can use for a child, for some activities in the wintertime or whatever, or in inclement weather, and they can have a group family childcare. Or if they've got a smaller place, they can have a childcare. It says, and it also says in the law that as it's proposed, it says that it has to be located as an accessory use anywhere where a residential use is allowed. accessory use, which means the primary use has to be a residence. So somebody can't buy a house. I know people have said, could we do that? You may want to amend the bill, say it doesn't have to be an accessory use, that it could be just a house in a neighborhood. The bill that I put in was just a small step. And I think it's a light lift, a very easy lift for this committee to say yes on this bill, because it says it has to be an accessory use. In other words, the people would have to live in the property in order to have this, so.
Further questions from the committee? I'll hit you with the would you believe? Representative Grassi, would you believe that I view family and group family care centers as one of the major solutions to the child care crisis, especially in our rural communities?
Certainly, and I'll tell you that working with my wife, who works for the Rochester Child Care Center now as a family outreach coordinator there, I mean, one of the things that they do, people look at this as that, well, that's competition. No, it's not, because they have no spaces. They cannot provide the service. The large centers have run out of space, and they're looking at this, and they also have the inability to be flexible. This is something that, yes, this is very important. I mean, this will provide a tremendous assistance to our child care opportunities here in the state of New Hampshire.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Grassi. I look forward to this one, as you can imagine. I appreciate your allowing me to partner onto it. Next up, Jackie Cowell.
Hi, I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning New Hampshire. I'll be very brief. I agree with Jen Legere, who's going to be coming up here soon with her testimony. She's much more of an expert on this bill, but I really want to commend Jen Legere and the team of legislators and others who really asked the field what was necessary. It wasn't just somebody's idea, and it was really well mined and really well thought out. So we do support this bill.
Excellent. Next up, I'm sorry. Are there questions? Are you taking questions? Are there questions from the committee?
Questions.
Man, I am not a good chair today. I am like the worst. No. I ran election law like a machine yesterday, and today I was just like, yeah, no. All right. Next up, thank you so much. Next up, Representative Katie Paternell. Oh, next bill. I'm sorry. Then don't give me these cards so early. I told you. Don't give me these cards so early. No, that's 584. That's the next bill. All right. Next up then is Shannon Tremblay.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Shannon Tremblay. I'm the director of the Child Care Advisory Council. However, today I'm here on behalf of a fellow resident of Hampton, New Hampshire, who tried to open a child care business. Hampton is a well-populated town. However, we only have 206 licensed spots for child care. And probably only a quarter of those are, being able to be open now. So this is from Abigail Galvin, sorry. I'm writing this letter in support of HB 1567 that allows for residential homes to open childcare facilities. In June of 2023, I bought a new house, not only to be my primary residence, but also for the purpose of opening an in-home daycare business. I spent months renovating and preparing the space so that it would be ready by the beginning of the school year in September. I worked with childcare licensing, health, and building inspectors to make the space safe and reliable for childcare. After investing a significant amount of money and time, I went to the zoning board where it was shut down. Along with the zoning board members disagreeing with the business, multiple neighbors wrote letters complaining about a business being opened in their residential neighborhood. These neighbors were unaware of the childcare crisis that is happening in our town, state, and country, and also unaware that an in-home daycare is a much different type of business, one that does not create an additional burden on the neighbors. Not only did I quit my regular job as a public school teacher to provide this service for the community, I also had parents who were relying on me for childcare for their child. There is a desperate need for childcare in my town. We are looking to provide parents with a safe, comfortable place for their children to learn and grow. In our town, like many towns in New Hampshire, we are in a daycare desert where there are no available options for family in need of childcare. Centers have long wait lists, and families are left with having to make choices about staying home to care for their children or entering the workforce. We need more reliable childcare options, and allowing in-home daycares is a great place to start. This is why I feel very passionate about zoning boards being more flexible when it comes to people trying to open childcare businesses in residential areas. Without access to childcare, parents are unable to work, and that is negatively affecting our economy and people's lives. I hope this letter will be strongly considered in your decisions going forward. Thank you for your time. Signed, Abigail Galvin.
Thank you. So first thing, will you be taking questions?
As much as I can, I can answer.
My question is, can we have the letter?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
I only have one copy, but yes, you're
Fine.
welcome to
I'm
it.
sure Representative Creation will take good care of it, but yes, we will want a copy of that
All
letter
right.
for sure. Especially as that's horrible. Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much. And
Great.
just hand the letter to Representative
thank you.
Page. That's a good one. And our last up is our own Jen Legier. It's good to see you, Jen.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jennifer Leger, and I'm in Exeter, New Hampshire, and I have the joy and pleasure to be in the franchising space for childcare, and we've really come to establish small family childcare centers across the state. Oh, sorry, I have handouts. It's really become an area of focus for us, and one I'm enjoying very much. And there's a lot of room for growth in the area. Sorry, I'm going to hand these out. There should be one per person in there. So while those are being handed out, I do have another letter of testimony from Plastow, New Hampshire, from another family care provider. She couldn't be here today because, shockingly, she's working. I can read it into testimony or I can hand it in, but it really echoes the same conversation that Abby had. Do you want me to go into this letter?
I think
Chair?
I think I know how this one's going to shake out. So not to be like rude, but
Nope,
in the
fine.
interest of time,
Yep.
we'll take the letter. I
Absolutely.
will read it, but I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
So
I think the resounding message from this particular letter is that she was able to set up a commercial childcare space in 3 weeks. Family childcare took over 6 months and thousands of dollars in her home. Okay. So obviously we understand why we're here. You know, this is an accessory use for your house that already exists, you know, legislating things like, you know, can you have a fenced in front yard versus backyard? There's so many like nitpicky things that towns have started to kind of come up with that really keep family childcare from opening in their town. If you look at the regions with gaps, Hampton is a big area. We looked at a 10-mile radius in these circles. There are 0 family childcare providers. There's 349 spaces that are available that people need to fill. Concord, 3 pages of legislation, like for family care providers. It's very hard to open in Concord. Shockingly, no providers. 626 spaces that need to be filled in Concord as a gap. Berlin, small area. This is where family care is really important. These small communities, they can't sustain centers of 100. They need family childcare here. Within a 20-mile radius, 0 family care providers, 87 spaces needed. Keene, 10-mile radius, no providers, 215 spaces. Really took this data from across the entire state. There's no one region that's not affected by this. It's the entire state. So there's 22,000 licensed childcare spaces that are needed across the state of New Hampshire. 2 in 5 children are working families in New Hampshire don't have access to licensed childcare where their parents are at work. Do we want them in licensed exempt childcare or in babysitting, or care providers who have to lie? No, we want these environments to be safe for our children and know that they're going to be available consistently. A rich and diverse array of childcare options should be available to these families, which support family choice in childcare services. Some children are not going to succeed in a center of 100. They need small, more hands-on learning environments with that smaller ratio of 6 children with 1 provider. It gives parent choice, evenings, weekends, times that they need or are more convenient for their child's style of learning. So family care is a really important role for our families. Like Chuck said, they provide flexible hours, nights, weekends, small personal learning environments. And the tuition, let's be honest, the reimbursement rate is lower for family childcare. Tuition is usually lower because you don't have the overhead of all the commercial space. So it is a really important choice for some of our families in struggling regions. And as Chuck said, I don't know if he had the same number, but the economic impact to New Hampshire from this childcare gap is $262 million. This is too large of a number to ignore this problem. So that's it.
Okay. Well, we be taking questions.
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you. Last up is Michelle Merritt. Merrill? Merritt. No, you definitely did. It's the glasses aren't doing much these days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable members of the committee. Again, my name is Michelle Merritt. I'm the president at New Futures. For those that are not familiar with our organization, we're a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization doing statewide policy work. However, we also are the state's designated Kids Count organization and have been bringing forward data-informed policy solutions to some of our most pressing challenges, and those in the childcare space is one. Jen, obviously, I think hit all of the points, so I want to appreciate the committee's time. I do just want to again reiterate that 46% of children in New Hampshire live in a childcare desert, and while we can look at our childcare centers and they're doing a lot to try to close the gap in the number of slots that we need in order to meet demand from families, they cannot possibly fill that void on their own. There is no silver bullet solution to the childcare crisis, but this is one important strategy of supporting family and small group facilities that I think is an important step for us to take as a state to make it a more hospitable environment for those that want to establish childcare centers and become childcare providers in this state. So I'll leave it at that, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them, and again would echo the comments from those prior to me.
All right. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we grab the? Yes.
Point out the municipal association does not oppose this bill.
That's that. If they did, I would be more likely to vote for it.
They oppose this bill.
They tried to block me getting rid of the $2 filing fee, saying that it would have a fiscal for state reps it would have a fiscal impact on the town. I looked obvious. I was like, "Are you serious? Like, are you for real with this?" Anyways, all right. We've got online 7 signed up in support, 1 in opposition. On the blue sheet, we have, I have to do math. 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 5 people signed up, not speaking, all in support. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1567, and pursuant to the rules, if the ranking member agrees, we can immediately exec this bill. So Representative Wallner, do you agree to open executive session on House Bill 1567?
I agree.
Okay. Is there any discussion on House Bill 1567 from the committee? Okay. When the clerk is ready, the clerk will call the roll on House Bill 1567.
Representative. Yes.
Like, pop that open. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to do this the right way. We need to do this the right way. Representative Wallner is recognized to make a motion. My apologies.
I'll move ought to pass.
Representative DeSimone seconds. Now we can discuss the bill, and now since saying no discussion, now the clerk can call the roll. I totally got that right.
To say, as someone whose kids went to I don't know if it was technically an in-home daycare, but it was really just like right down the street from us and in our community. It was great to be able to walk them. So I am fully in support of this.
Okay. All right. We are now in the voting mode. The clerk will call the roll on the motion of ought to pass.
Vice Chairman.
Yes.
Representative Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Ball.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
No, she's not here.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
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 You gotta. I would like to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The chair votes yes, and with that, the bill will be reported out of committee on a vote of 8-0.
Can I just say one thing?
Of course.
I didn't want to interrupt the voting mode, but I want to thank Representative Grassi. One of my major concerns with childcare is the fact that kids need childcare for parents who work 3 to 11, 11 to 7, 7 to 7, and whatever other hours. And this is one of those answers. And they have people who love them, who care for them in their homes. And this is that's why it's so easy to pass this bill. Thank you.
Yeah, this was a great one. Good job, Representative Grassi. All right, I will handle the committee report unless anybody has objections to that. It's a fiscal note, so we will vote on it on the floor. Okay, that was easy. See, it makes up for my earlier embarrassment, right? All right, going to open up the public hearing on House Bill 1584, relative to home daycare licensing requirements. Representative, now you're representative. Now you're here.
Now I'm a representative. I wasn't 5 minutes ago.
You're
Sorry.
still representative. Now you're here to introduce the bill. Welcome to the Special Committee on Childcare.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Katie Peternell, representing Carroll District 6, Wolfboro, and Tufton Borough. I am here to present House Bill 1584 relative to home daycare licensing. And the idea for this legislation was presented to me as a possible way to increase access to childcare without taxpayer funding. And this is actually kind of personal for me because my daughter is using one of these situations because we could not find daycare for my granddaughter in our own community. In fact, she's been on the waiting list for over a year. They just called her recently and said, would you like to continue? And she said, just forget it. This is really, increasing access to daycare is really important, and I'm acutely aware of this situation. So it's obviously unnecessary for me to delve too deeply into it because that's why your committee is formed. But this bill amends RSA 170-E:3, Roman numeral 1C, by increasing the number of children who can be cared for in a private home, in addition to the provider's own children, from the 3 children to 4 children. This RSA is in the exemptions section of the child care licensing statute. The ratio of providers to children is not affected by this change, as the providers are not a licensed home daycare. The minimum of ratio for infants in a licensed setting, I believe, is 1 to 3, and a home daycare has the flexibility to determine the ages of the children he or she is willing or able to care for, as well as setting their own limit up to a maximum of 4 children should this bill pass. There are benefits to a home daycare setting that Representative DeSimone just spoke to a few minutes ago, the flexibility, nights, evenings, weekends, those kind of things. I also see a huge benefit to home daycare as someone who wasn't always a personal fan of daycare. When my own children were in daycare, I chose a setting that was more similar to what they would have experienced at home. So multiple children of different ages in a setting where they could, learn not just from their peers, but from older children, which not always the best, but sometimes it works. So the children are in a home, and that's really important to me. But they can possibly see family interactions and typical events that occur in a home, such as cooking, laundry, chores, etc. I know my granddaughter gets to see her friend Maddie get off the bus every day when she comes home from school and stands outside waiting for her. So it's kind of fun. So this could be a more convenient location also for parents as pickup and drop off. Add to the work commute. If the only child care center is 30 minutes the other direction from work, now you've got a commute of an hour on either end of the day, and we all know that that extra time could be spent in more valuable ways with your own children. Maybe the child or the parents are more comfortable with a family member or a friend that they know. And it might also be offered a more
I already said that. And it could be less expensive. My daughter's daycare is less expensive than the local children's center. And the downsides, parents need to do their own homework to vet the in-home daycare and ask the right questions. And in preparing for this, I asked my daughter, I said, what questions did you ask? And she said, I probably should have asked a few more, but so we went through the list of questions she should have asked, and it's all turning out fine. But, looking back, she's young and wasn't fully aware of all of the questions she should be looking into. And then if the provider is ill or has appointments, that might mean time off work for the parent. You might have to find somebody else to care for the child. And that happened to me this morning. And I said, nope, I have to be here to vote today. So sorry, I can't help you out. So I hope you consider supporting House Bill 1584 as a simple, non-taxpayer funded way to increase access to childcare.
Okay, will you be taking questions from the committee?
I will try to answer any.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is Representative Margaret Dry. Welcome to the House Special Committee on Childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having me. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry. I serve Sullivan District 7, Newport, Unity, Charlestown, Plainfield, and Cornish. And I'm here today for a couple of reasons. Well, one, I'm on the Education Committee. So we hear childcare as a corollary to a lot of the recruitment and retaining of not only teachers, but also staff. And in the last few months, I also served on the Commission for Hospitality and Tourism Education in New Hampshire. It was a commission meant to figure out what we do in the state. And again, childcare and housing came up as corollary problems to expanding the tourism and the hospitality industry. So this bill seemed like one of the pieces of the puzzle. There's a lot of pieces in solving this puzzle, but this might be an easy one to put into circulation. Second is my husband and I raised 9 children, and I always got this question, how did you do that? And my answer is always one at a time. And that's kind of how this is attempting to solve this problem. Moving from 3 to 4 children, I've found personally, you're already in a zone defense at that point. And so adding one more isn't that hard to do. And I think that would have been helpful in our town in Plainfield over this weekend. I don't know if you read that the Campbell Union Academy childcare had to be closed because of lead poisoning. They found some sick children and closed that. Now that's for the faculty, the staff, and community members. So all of a sudden, there's a big need in my town. And if this was ready, this reserve of an extra space in some people's homes, they may not have filled it at that point. That might have helped to solve. I know a lot of families that this weekend had a big scramble. So that's why I'm asking you to support this bill. Thank you.
Excellent. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Absolutely.
Sure. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Last up, or at least for the last pink card that I have, is Jean Legier.
Shocking that you're seeing me again. I'm sorry. Jen Leger, Exeter, New Hampshire. My one concern about this, as I do kind of go through the licensing process pretty regularly, is that the fire codes, and I'm reading them right here, do only allow for 3 children in family daycare homes that are not related. So this kind of becomes a fire code related issue, and are there waivers that have to kind of come into fire code for this? In conversations with them, because a family childcare that's license exempt like this doesn't have to go through zoning, and they don't have to go through the regulatory sign off in these processes. So bringing in 4 children they probably wouldn't even be aware of the fact that they were not following fire codes, because there's no checks and balances for a license exempt center. So it would follow the responsibility of the owner of that particular license exempt center to follow the fire code. So I think it opens them up to liability if we're not following the fire code, and it's a self check and balance that they're responsible for. It's a lot like, our staff who can't manage their money, right? That we were talking about in earlier testimony. So I have some reservations about this, as an owner myself. So
Will you be taking questions from the committee?
absolutely.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Creason is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Might have almost been a question for the previous testifier who said one at a time. I'm a little concerned that this doesn't have any information in it about the ages of the additional children who are cared for. Do you see that as a problem with your experience?
Yeah, I mean, in family childcare, there's, ratios from childcare licensing perspective. You can only have 2 children under the age of 2 with no regulation because of ability to evacuate. Melissa will tell you, it's 2 children under the age of 2. So if you're getting out of the building, it's 1 child here, and you walk out the door with 2 children. In a license exempt setting, you wouldn't have that regulation where you could say, only 2 children under 2. So it could be all 4 infants. It could be all school agers. I mean, who knows? So I do think that if it's not regulated correctly, there could be some safety concerns that evolve here. I mean, we have 4 infants in a license center, but we have evacuation cribs and there's extra staff members. Even if we went to 4 infants in a family care home, you would still have to have certain procedures in place to be able to evacuate correctly. But we're asking for these centers who are license exempt to follow rules that they don't have to follow. They're not even aware of them. So I think that's my concern, is that, yeah, they don't even know these rules exist. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. Can we grab that blue sheet? And then online we have 6 signed in support, 1 signed in as opposed. And I need that magical blue sheet. Yeah. How dare you? How dare you? How do you sleep at night, sir? Okay. All right. Signed up but not speaking. I only had 1 was signed up that didn't speak. Okay, so with that, we'll close the public hearing on 1584. We are now moving into our notice to executive session. I did see, so I'm gonna gavel. Gonna open up the executive session, the notice to executive session for, let me get to the bill before I put my foot in my mouth, House Bill 1611 FN. I did see a email come in from OLS. So let's put the committee into recess for 5 minutes, and we'll probably recess again after that just to get that amendment in hand, and figure out where Representative McWilliams is. How dare she? Oh my God. Okay. All right. So I tell you what. Let's just recess for 10 minutes, and I will. I will send the bill off to HCS for. I probably just send it to Karen. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. All right, going to reopen the executive session on House Bill 1611. Representative DeSimone is recognized for a motion on House Bill 1611.
I'm moving to turn my
Yeah,
microphone
there you go.
on.
Yeah, it's for the kids at home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move amendment.
We have to do an OTP motion first.
I would like to move OTP.
Thank you. We have an OTP motion on House Bill 1611. Is there a second? Looks like Representative Cretion seconds. Are there any amendments? It does appear there's an amendment.
Yes, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
DeSimone, would you like to move the amendment?
I would like to do that.
Did they
Mr.
give it a
Chairman.
number?
I would like to move amendment
Yeah, you'd like to move amendment? Yeah.
number
2022.
2024-0562H.
Excellent. Is there a second on amendment 2024-0562H?
Seconded.
Representative McWilliams seconds the amendment. We are now on discussion on the amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion on the amendment 2024-0562H.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Ball.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative McWilliams.
Yes.
Representative O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair.
You're missing one. Representative Sweeney is subbing in for Representative Nelson.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see you over there, Representative Sweeney.
He's not just here for his
Sweeney.
looks. Yes. All right, and the
Just
chair
a pretty
votes
face.
yes. So with that, the amendment carries 10-0. We are now, the motion is now ought to pass as amended. We are in discussion on the bill as amended. Is there discussion on House Bill 1611 FN as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative DeSimone.
Yes.
Representative Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Ball.
Yes.
Representative Sweeney.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative McWilliams.
Yes.
Representative O'Neill.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
The chair votes yes. And with that, House Bill 1611 will be reported out of the committee as ought to pass as amended. Representative McWilliams is going to go ahead and take care of our committee report for us without objection. It cannot go on it can't go on a consent calendar anyways because it has a fiscal note. So we'll have two bills when these get reported down. That concludes our business for today. I want to thank the committee for working so nicely together. And I will notice probably executive session in 2 weeks. So if we have discussions on these things, reach out now. We'll get it done. Thank you guys so much. They don't clap for me like that in election. There's usually some booze stuck in the line.